Chapter 3089. The formation was broken, and the fiend gods were coming. Invasion. Disaster was upon them. The light-slaying sword saint was killed, and 3 other minor saint realm sword saints were also killed. The Tianju sword master escaped with heavy injuries. When the news spread, the 10,000 sword ancient realm was shaken. The other 3 ancient realms were shaken as well. 10 years. After 10 years, even if all the Saint Realm experts worked hard, they could not prevent the fiend gods from invading. It seemed to have been a foregone conclusion from the beginning. At the same time, the fiend gods who were hiding in various places burst out and appeared openly, taking advantage of the chaos to develop their faith. Chaos was upon them. The more chaotic the world was, the more people suffered and needed faith. It would give them a sense of sustenance. Moreover, this faith was not useless. It would also give them extra strength, making it easier to develop their faith. When Chunzong received the news, it was already a few days later. Chunzong had never seen the light-slaying sword saint before, but he had heard that he was a great sword saint from the Valley of No Return. According to the news, the light-slaying sword saint was guarding the formation of the Fiend God Gate. He resisted the attacks of 3 spirit god realm fiend gods by himself and died in the end. However, the light-slaying sword saint's death was not in vain. Firstly, he had tried his best to delay the destruction of the Great Array until the Tianju Swordmaster arrived. Although the Great Array was inevitably destroyed in the end, it had unknowingly bought more time for the ancient profound world to react. Secondly, the light-slaying sword saint's death was not due to being killed, but due to the backlash. How did it happen? He forcefully used the strongest secret sword of the Valley of No Return. In the end, his flesh and blood withered, his life force collapsed, and his soul dispersed. However, under the light-slaying sword saint's outburst, one of the 3 spirit god realm fiend gods was killed. Although the other 2 did not die, they were severely injured and did not have any combat strength in a short time. They had already returned to the fiend god world to recover. Losing 3 spirit god realm fiend gods was a good thing for the ancient mystic world. As for the 3 minor saint realm experts, although they died, it was because they were in the limitless realm that they went all out and killed 2 righteous god realm fiend gods. The Tianju sword master also killed 3 righteous god realm fiend gods before he escaped. However, this was still unable to stop god fiend experts from crossing realms. The great formation of the Gate of the Gods and Devils had been completely destroyed. In these 10 years, the God and Devil realm had already made sufficient preparations and directly launched a large-scale invasion. After receiving the news, Chunzong brought Yun Yinshin to the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain at lightning speed. At this moment, the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain had already fallen into an intense battle. It was a fierce battle between the cultivators and the divine demons. No matter what, he was still an honorary elder of Star Sword Palace. No matter what, he could not just stand by and watch. He had to rush back and fight side by side with the experts of Myriad Sword Ancient Realm. It could be said that the reason why he was able to increase his strength so quickly was closely related to his experience in the Myriad Sword Ancient Realm. First, he had studied the various sword arts of the 10,000 Sword Ancient Domain. Then, he was invited by the 10,000 Swords Mountain to enter the Unknown Lands, where he had obtained many fortunate encounters. All of these had resulted in his current strength. Moreover, when he was being chased by the Skywind Saint Ancestor, the Stellar Sword Ancestor had personally come to save him. No matter what, to some extent, he could be considered a part of the 10,000 Sword Ancient Realm. Now, because the 10,000 Sword Ancient Realm was the first stop of the Divine Demon Realm's invasion and was currently suffering from calamity, many experts were fighting on the front lines against the divine demons and had yet to be defeated. In that case, he should go and fight side by side with the experts of the 10,000 Sword Ancient Realm. Anxious to return home. Soon, Chunzong had crossed several regions and returned to the 10,000 Sword Ancient Realm. At this moment, all the saints, quasi-saints, and extreme heaven realm experts in the 4 sacred lands of the 10,000 Sword Ancient Realm had already been mobilized to fight against the divine demons. This time, The divine demon realm's invasion did not only include divine demons, but also demigod divine demons, extreme heaven realm divine demons, and magical beasts from the divine demon realm. Once a life form from the divine demon realm was born, they would be at the heaven realm. With a little bit of cultivation, they would be able to reach the extreme heaven realm. Although demigod divine demons were slightly more difficult, it was not that difficult. Only true gods were truly difficult to break through. Since the divine demon realm wanted to take over the ancient mystic world, they would not only send divine demons. This was because if they only sent divine demons to fight against the cultivators of the ancient mystic world, there would definitely be casualties. Even if they managed to take over the ancient mystic world in the end, the losses would be great. The invasion of the army would deplete the ancient mystic world strength. The attack of the experts would further deplete the ancient mystic world strength. In the divine demon realm, there were countless magical beasts. It could be said that there was a sea of them. When Chunzong brought Yu Nianxin back to the 10,000 sword ancient realm and rushed to the place where the divine demon realm's invasion was resisting, he could feel the baleful aura soaring to the sky. Endless baleful aura billowed between heaven and earth. When the wind blew, there was a whimpering sound that sounded like the weeping of ghosts. Compared to the countless magical beasts, the number of extreme heaven realm and quasi-saints on the 10,000 sword ancient realm side was obviously insufficient. Fortunately, they had laid down layers of arrays, and with the help of the arrays, they barely managed to resist. The divine demon realm's powerhouses were resisted by the human race's sages. In addition to the sword sages of the 10,000 sword ancient realm, the sages of the nearby large regions had also rushed over. Some of the sages who had joined the Taishan realm had also arrived to resist the divine demon realm. Chunzong came at the right time. Nianxin, you have to be careful, Chunzong said to Yu Nianxin. In this kind of battle, one careless mistake could lead to death. Even if Chunzong's strength was not ordinary, he dared not say that he could definitely survive, let alone protect Yu Nianxin. Even so, even if he understood this, Chunzong had no intention of leaving. In life, there were things to do and things not to do. Whether one did or not depended on one's heart. Chunzong did not like trouble, but once there was trouble, Chunzong would not be afraid to retreat. Instead, he would solve the problem. Right now, there was trouble. He had to do his best, even if he had to die. Of course, it was not that Chunzong wanted to die. When there was really no other way, it was necessary to make a prompt decision to escape. But now there was still hope. Don't worry, I will protect myself, Yu Nianxin said seriously. Over the years, her strength had been constantly improving. Under the stimulation of the bloodline power, she could directly reach the peak of the pristine saint realm. As long as it was not the great saint realm, it would not be easy to defeat her, even if it was a peak god-level powerhouse. With such strength, she could protect herself. Chunzong nodded. Yu Nianxin's strength was not weak. She could protect herself, and he would do his best to help if there was any danger. Then let's fight. Chunzong and Yu Nianxin held their swords. They immediately turned into two different sword lights and soared into the sky, charging towards the battlefield in an instant. The flying star sword saint of Star's sword palace was besieged by two god-level divine demons. He was already at a disadvantage and was in imminent danger. In such a situation, the flying star sword saint would not be able to hold on for long before he was killed by the two divine demons. In the blink of an eye, when one of the divine demons blocked the flying star sword saint's slash, the other divine demon unleashed a terrifying killing blow. It was a fatal blow. It was a blow that could not be blocked or avoided. Originally, in a one-on-one battle, human cultivators were usually weaker than divine demons of the same level. Moreover, it was even more terrifying when two divine demons joined forces. A sharp sword light suddenly broke through the air. The supreme sword essence caused the divine demon's expression to change drastically. His whole body went numb, and he felt as if his soul was about to scatter. This was the sword light unleashed by Chunzong. It was a strike of the single-hearted sword technique. However, with Chunzong's current level of strength, this strike could also threaten great saints and spiritual gods, let alone a god-level divine demon. Unable to dodge, the divine demon could only unleash his full strength. The strike that was originally aimed at the Flying Star Sword Saint was aimed at the sword light unleashed by Chunzong. However, he still could not block it. He was pierced through like a hot knife through butter, and his body was hit. A figure flew past and took the body of the god fiend, refining it and absorbing it. A god-level divinity could only increase Chunzong's cultivation by 1 year, but it was better than nothing. Especially on a battlefield like this, every year of cultivation increase was a significant improvement for Chunzong. Kill. The second strike was unleashed towards the other god-level divine demon. It could not be blocked or dodged. This was a sure kill strike. It would hit no matter what. Chunzong quickly refined and absorbed the second strand of divinity, increasing his cultivation by 2 years. Chunzong could not help but smile. Perhaps he would be able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation during this battle. He would be able to break through from the Innerverse Novice level to the Innerverse Minor Success level. When that happened, his strength would increase even further. Thank you, Elder Chun. The Flying Star Sword Saint also saw clearly who had come. He immediately killed the divine demon with a single strike, resolving the crisis of his life. He immediately saluted with his sword. "It's nothing," Chunzong replied. He did not pause at all as he charged towards the other divine demons with his sword in hand. Slash, slash, slash. Streaks of sword light tore through the air and shot towards the gods and demonic beasts on the ground. Although Chunzong did not unleash his full strength, they still possessed terrifying power. Even righteous gods and demonic beasts would be severely injured by them, let alone those below righteous gods. To Chunzong, this was a piece of cake, but it was a disaster for those demonic beasts and fiend gods. Every time the sword light slashed down, a large number of demonic beasts and fiend gods would be killed. It was like cutting grass, and it also relieved the pressure on the heaven realm and quasi-saints to a certain extent. Chunzong closed in on yet another principal god-level god fiend. Raising his sword, he killed the principal god and absorbed its divinity, causing his cultivation base to rise again. Other saints would need some time to refine divinity, and it would be best if they remained silent during the refining process. In other words, it would be best if they did not move or fight. However, Chunzong was different. He directly absorbed the divinity into the inner verse and handed it over to the inner verse to refine. He did not need to pay attention to it, and it would not affect his condition at all. Moreover, the innerverse refining speed was even more astonishing. For example, Chunzong needed less than 3 breaths of time to refine and absorb a principal god-level divinity. If it was a spirit god-level divinity, it would take a little longer, but it would only take about 30 breaths of time. Chunzong set his sights on the principal gods and demonic beasts. As for the spirit gods, he would temporarily ignore them. Chapter 3090. Battle. It was an intense battle, but the humans were constantly being suppressed. They could only use their strength to resist, but it seemed like they could only delay their defeat. Even though human sages would occasionally rush over to help, there were also god fiends from the god fiend realm who had crossed over through the god fiend gate. As a result, even though the cultivators had received reinforcements, they were unable to reverse the situation. Chunzong arrived and immediately targeted the righteous gods. With Chunzong's strength, killing righteous gods was easy, especially since Chunzong's wholehearted sword Dao was extremely powerful. Even though it was not as extreme as the Valley of No Return, it had another kind of terrifying power. The damage caused by the mixed Yuan heart force to god fiends was much more obvious than the cultivator's strength. Kill! 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 Chunzong charged into the battlefield with his sword and fought in all directions. Yun Yinxin found a righteous god and swung his sword to kill. Generally speaking, as long as one did not enter the battlefield and was not surrounded by multiple god fiends or targeted by god fiends of higher realms, the danger was not great. Even though god fiends of the same realm were more terrifying in a one-on-one battle, human cultivators were not to be trifled with either. They would not be defeated so easily. In order to determine the victor, besides the obvious difference in strength, it would usually take a bitter battle to determine the victor. This was also why the Flying Star Sword Saint was able to hold on for a while even though he was surrounded by two righteous gods. If god fiends of the same realm were much stronger than humans, then how could they fight this battle? They would be defeated immediately and the ancient mystic world would be invaded. Not long after, 10 righteous gods successively died under Chunzong's sword. Chunzong also obtained 10 strands of righteous divinity, increasing his cultivation by another 10 years. He was getting closer to the peak of the Innerverse entry level. Maybe with 10 more strands of righteous divinity, I can reach the peak of the Innerverse entry level, Chunzong thought to himself. In a short period of time, Chunzong had killed 10 principal god-level fiend gods in a row, attracting the attention of other fiend gods. A spirit god-level fiend god immediately charged over. This fiend god wielded a black gold axe and slashed down fiercely. The sky shattered under the might of the axe, erupting with a terrifying torrent of destruction. If he had a single strand of spirit god-level divinity, not only would he be able to reach the peak of the Innerverse beginner level, but he might even be able to break through to the Innerverse lower level. Chunzong's expression immediately turned serious as the giant axe slashed through the air. Its power was so violent that it could destroy mountains. The great sage realm of the human clan could condense the great Tao domain, and it could suppress all directions. However, the divine devil realm powerhouses were not like this. The divine devil realm powerhouses of the divine devil realm could further condense their bodies and make their divine devil body even more terrifying. Moreover, they could naturally release divine power. That divine might had the might of a great Tao domain, and it was enough to contend against a great Tao domain. Moreover, the more condensed fiend god body was, the more terrifying it would be, causing the strength of a spiritual god-level fiend god to become even more terrifying. Chunzong exploded in an instant. The inner universe was released, the stellar sword domain suppressed, and the sea-suppressing pearl attacked. The spiritual god-level fiend god was immediately suppressed. The falling axe also became very slow and heavy. The tyrannical power condensed within it also seemed to be constantly weakened by this suppression. The giant axe's original explosive power was reduced to less than 50%. Sword might, Chunzong shouted in a low voice, and a bright light suddenly flashed in his eyes. A sword light suddenly flashed in the sky, and then it struck down. It carried unparalleled sword might as it directly attacked the spiritual god-level fiend god. Chunzong directly exploded with tyrannical means of suppression and sword might. He was prepared to kill the spiritual god-level fiend god in one fell swoop. This was a battlefield, and it was best to end the battle quickly. Moreover, he still needed a spiritual god-level divinity, and it just so happened that it had delivered itself to his doorstep. Kill. 3 times the divine firmament. Chunzong erupted with all his strength, and his sword tore through the sky. It was an incomparably dazzling silver flowing light, and it was like a bolt of absolute beginning divine lightning that split open the darkness and chaos and created the universe. It couldn't be dodged. It couldn't be blocked. This sword's eruption was a fatal blow. The sea-suppressing pearl's power was too strong, especially when it was released from the inner universe. It became even more terrifying. After all, the sea-suppressing pearl was a supreme treasure. Kill. He seized the spiritual god's divinity and completely cut off the spiritual god-level fiend god's life force. He was powerless to reverse the situation. Chunzong immediately absorbed the spirit god-level divinity into his inner universe as soon as it entered his hand. Then, he quickly refined it. The nebula vortex formed by the immemorial heart force immediately started to rotate. It refined the divinity at an astonishing speed. It refined it into an incomparably pure power, and then absorbed it. The entire nebula vortex expanded at an astonishing speed, and it continued to expand until it finally reached a radius of 20 miles. This was the peak level of the inner universe. However, the spiritual god's divinity hadn't been completely refined and absorbed. While refining and absorbing it, Chunzong didn't stop. He wielded his sword and attacked another principal god, level fiend god. Picking the soft persimmon, Chunzong didn't have any misgivings and wasn't so pedantic. This was a battlefield, and on the battlefield, killing the enemy was the priority. All methods could be used. Even though he was a sword cultivator and only relied on the sword in his hand to kill the enemy, he wasn't stupid enough to fight a spiritual god or even a deity-level powerhouse to the death. After all, killing one principal god-level fiend god was enough to relieve the pressure on the human side. Killing 10 principal gods would relieve even more pressure. Why wouldn't he do that? Was face important? Why would he care about face? He didn't care about this kind of groundless face. Suddenly, an aura seemed to surge endlessly from Chunzong's body, and then it erupted. It only erupted for a split second, but it was immediately restrained. It didn't spread, but the power of that split second was extremely terrifying. He had broken through. After Chunzong completely refined the spiritual god-level divinity, his cultivation also broke through as he wished. He had achieved minor success in the Innerverse. Even though it was only a minor improvement from entry to minor success, Chunzong could clearly feel that his strength had improved tremendously. The mixed Yuan heart force was a combination of various powers, such as essence, spirit, cultivation, inner strength, the power of the mind, and so on. If it was just a single improvement, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, this improvement was all around, and it was very shocking. Even his sword had grown stronger. Moreover, it was still growing stronger, matching his cultivation base. This was an all-around improvement, not just a single improvement, and it was even more rare. Other than Chunzong himself, no one else knew that Chunzong's cultivation had improved, and his strength had increased even further. Double. When Chunzong attacked with his sword, he immediately felt that his strength had doubled. This kind of improvement was indeed very shocking. It takes about 3 or 4 spiritual divinities to break through from entry to minor success from the Innerverse, but I'm afraid that I'll need even more spiritual divinities to break through from minor success to minor success. Chunzong thought to himself. His eyes flashed with flowing light, and he directly locked onto each and every spiritual god-level divine demon powerhouse. Then, I'll let you become the resources for my cultivation to break through. This time, Chunzong didn't plan to specifically target the righteous divine demons. After all, killing a spiritual god-level divine demon would be more effective than killing a righteous divine demon. Of course, if it was convenient, he would also kill a righteous divine demon. It was better than nothing. More divine demons came through the divine demon gate, and they immediately attacked. Kill. Chunzong's Taihao sword transformed into a black true sun that soared through the sky. Its terrifying power and heat were completely restrained, and it was difficult to feel the slightest bit of its aura leaking out. However, the more it was so, the more terrifying and shocking its power was. The black true sun silently bombarded forward. Everywhere it passed, it left behind a pitch-black trail. It was a trace of the void being burned through by the terrifying heat, and it didn't heal for a long time. Especially after the Innerverse had broken through to minor success. The power of this sword had doubled from its original foundation, and it was even more terrifying. Fight, fight, fight. The second spiritual god-level divine demon powerhouse died under Chunzong's sword. The spiritual divinity was also absorbed by Chunzong, and it was quickly absorbed and refined. This time, it only took 20 breaths of time for Chunzong to finish refining it. I'll need about 6 spiritual divinities to have a chance of breaking through to great success from the Innerverse. Chunzong deduced after sensing the increase in his cultivation. 6 spiritual divinities meant that he would have to kill 6 spiritual god-level divine demons. It seemed that he could kill spiritual god-level divine demons very quickly, but that wasn't the case. Some powerful spiritual god level divine demons weren't that easy to kill. Moreover, Chunzong could kill spiritual god-level divine demons because he had the help of the sea-suppressing pearl. Without the powerful might of the sea-suppressing pearl, it wouldn't be so easy to kill spiritual god-level divine demons. He would have to fight a bitter battle to have a chance. If he encountered a powerful spiritual god-level divine demon, it would be difficult to kill him. The battle became more and more intense. Whether it was sacred grade or divine demon powerhouses, their meridians were long, and their recovery speed was fast. If they grasped the rhythm of the battle, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight fiercely for a few days and nights. Chunzong's mixed Yuan Heart Force's recovery speed was simply astonishing, coupled with his tyrannical physique. As long as he slightly controlled the consumption of energy, he could enter a state of inexhaustible energy. Burst. Kill. The third spiritual god-level divine demon powerhouse was killed by Chunzong, and the spiritual divinity fell into Chunzong's hands once again. It was quickly refined and absorbed, and his cultivation improved again. However, this kind of improvement wasn't obvious. Only when he broke through a small realm would it be very obvious. Chunzong was the center of attention when he killed 12 principal god-level divine demons and 3 spiritual god-level divine demons. Compared to the current battlefield, there were only a few hundred divine demon powerhouses. It was very obvious that he had killed more than a dozen of them. The pressure on the sacred grade powerhouses was greatly relieved. They were secretly grateful to Chunzong, but at the same time, they were shocked. The strength of a peerless sword saint was indeed terrifying. He turned the tide with one sword. It was rumored that he had once single-handedly fought against a divine ancestor-level powerhouse from the sea region. Although he was defeated and captured in the end, he still managed to resist for a period of time. It should be known that most great saints were powerless against the divine ancestor. This alone showed Chunzong's amazing strength. Now, it seemed that he really lived up to his reputation. At the same time, Chunzong was also targeted by a divine master. The divine master flew across the sky, and his imposing figure exuded a mighty divine aura. This divine aura was extremely terrifying, and it was many times stronger than that of a spiritual, god-level divine demon powerhouse. Under this divine aura, Chunzong's expression changed greatly. The divine aura swept over him, and there seemed to be countless voices chanting, growling, and roaring. "Submit to me, worship me." The voice was full of bewitchment and coercion, as if it was threatening and tempting. Chapter 30-91. Divine aura could suppress, and it was similar to the Great Path domain. However, it was different in that it could bewitch and coerce. It could bewitch people and confuse their minds, causing their will to waver and cause them to believe in a particular god. If one's will was strong and difficult to bewitch, then the pressure within divine aura would constantly attack them. The more they resisted, the stronger the pressure would be until they had no choice but to submit. As long as they had the thought of submitting, the divine aura would further invade them, causing them to submit and develop faith. When that happened, not only would the divine aura not suppress them, but it would also make them feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. This was how fiend gods developed their believers. However, Chunzong's mixed origin heart force was extremely powerful. It was the combined power of spiritual force and spiritual force. Even though the divine aura of a divine master was very strong, it could not make Chunzong submit. A divine master? Chunzong's eyes flickered. Last time, he had fought Ancestor Skywind and lost, which made Chunzong realize the gap between him and a divine master. What about now? Would he be able to contend with a divine master after breaking through from novice to minor success in the Interverse? Even if he couldn't, he should be able to resist a little, right? For no reason, Chunzong's emotions involuntarily surged. Traces of battle intent quietly spread out, and his blood and chi boiled like a tide. A divine master. So what if you're a divine master? A divine master is tyrannical, and his divine aura is unparalleled. I'm willing to strike him with my sword. His sword will soar into the sky, and an unparalleled sword aura erupted, surging towards the divine aura. If the divine aura is like the heavens, then I'll break the heavens with my sword. An extremely shocking sword aura soared into the sky and pierced through the firmament. The mixed origin heart force in the innerverse rotated to the extreme, and the final step of refining the ocean-suppressing orb was completed. When Shenzong completely refined the ocean-suppressing orb, Shenzong immediately felt that something was different. The ocean-suppressing orb's astonishing power could be fully displayed, and he could control it. A treasure. What was a treasure? They were tyrannical existences that surpassed peak saint artifacts. The power contained within each supreme treasure was at the level of a divine ancestor. If they were fully unleashed, it would be equivalent to grasping an additional portion of a divine ancestor's power. For a divine ancestor to be able to wield a supreme treasure and unleash its full power, how shocking would that be? Moreover, different treasures had different effects. Completely refining the ocean-suppressing orb meant that Shenzong could truly bring out the full power of the ocean-suppressing orb, which meant that Shenzong could control the power of a divine ancestor. This way, they would have a much higher chance of fighting against a divine master. Shenzong's confidence was boosted in an instant. He immediately activated the power of the ocean-suppressing orb and released it. As soon as he activated the power of the sea-suppressing orb, Shenzong's expression changed slightly. This was because activating the sea-suppressing orb consumed his own cultivation. He didn't expect that after completely refining the sea-suppressing orb, the consumption of mixed yuan heart force would actually increase. It was several times more than before. Even with Shenzong's primordial chaos heart force and his extraordinary recovery speed, he couldn't sustain such consumption for long. A quarter of an hour. Shenzong instantly made a rough estimation. With his primordial chaos heart force, he could only activate the power of the ocean-suppressing orb for about a quarter of an hour. This period of time was actually not very long. It could be considered very short, but it wasn't very short either. Sometimes, a battle didn't even need a quarter of an hour to end. The ocean-suppressing orb's power after being activated, the ocean-suppressing domain immediately spread out and displayed its true power. Shenzong discovered that after completely refining the ocean-suppressing orb, its power was extremely tyrannical. It had completely surpassed his own level. Such a powerful power couldn't be integrated into the inner universe because the inner universe's outer universe's power was inferior to the ocean-suppressing orbs. The difference between before and after completely refining the ocean-suppressing orb was like the difference between a great saint and a divine ancestor. Shenzong's current cultivation was actually only at the level of a pristine saint. However, due to his own special cultivation path, his overall strength was enough to contend with a great saint. However, there was still a clear gap between him and a divine ancestor's power. The ocean-suppressing orb's power of a divine ancestor's outer universe couldn't withstand it and would directly explode. However, even if it wasn't integrated into the inner universe's outer universe, the power of the ocean-suppressing orb alone was already at the level of a divine ancestor, which was equivalent to the level of an ordinary almighty. It wasn't weak at all. Furthermore, it was under Shenzong's control. The ocean-suppressing domain spread out in all directions and immediately attacked the divine power, directly enveloping the Almighty. The Almighty's expression changed drastically. This kind of power had directly reached the level of a divine ancestor and was extremely powerful. Being within the ocean-suppressing domain of the ocean-suppressing orb, he felt as if he had fallen into the deep sea and was subjected to heavy pressure. This pressure came from all directions and seemed to be endless. Wave after wave of pressure came crashing down on him endlessly. Moreover, traces of astonishing sword will were contained in it, and it constantly pressed down on him. The Almighty frowned slightly. His imposing body suddenly erupted with an even more tyrannical divine power. Resisting the pressure of the ocean-suppressing domain, he immediately attacked. The Almighty didn't use any weapons because his hands were his best weapons. A pair of huge fists burned with terrifying flames and directly bombarded the void, violently blasting toward Shenzong. It was as if he wanted to directly crush Shenzong. The power contained in the fists was extremely terrifying and could easily crush mountains. Shenzong's expression was solemn. He didn't become arrogant just because he had completely refined and activated the ocean-suppressing orb's power. He didn't think that he could definitely contend with Almighty. The power of the ocean-suppressing orb was ultimately the ocean-suppressing orb and not the power of his own cultivation. Putting aside the power of the ocean-suppressing orb, his own strength was only at the level of a great saint. Single-hearted sword technique. Sword after sword. The sword light was endless. Each sword was faster and stronger than the previous one. Every sword light was connected and directly formed a straight line, continuously attacking. The further the sword light went, the more tyrannical and terrifying the power of the sword became. The first sword was the beginning, and the 14th sword was the end. The power of the 14th sword was several times stronger than the first sword. It was even more terrifying. However, the 14th sword wasn't the true end. It was only the end of the single-hearted sword technique, but it was also the prelude to the killing move. Shunxiao, a sword with extreme speed and extreme sharpness. Just this one sword was enough to penetrate and kill everything. Such a sword was still under the premise of the 14th sword technique of the single-hearted sword technique. Its power was pushed to an even higher level and was even more terrifying. A righteous god would die upon contact, while a spiritual god would be severely injured or even killed if hit. This sword also caused the Almighty's expression to change slightly. Shunxiao's sword tore through heaven and earth, as well as the divine power. It brazenly attacked without mercy, colliding with the Almighty's fist. It paused for a moment, then exploded, turning into countless rays of light that splattered everywhere. However, the Almighty's fist also paused, and the power condensed in the fist was actually weakened by a portion. However, after the fist stopped, it continued to bombard him. The Almighty was still the Almighty, and his power was still very strong. Shenzong's sword was indeed very powerful, and could be said to be extremely terrifying at the level of a great saint, but it still couldn't compare to a divine ancestor. However, that pause had also bought Shenzong some time. Triple Tai Hao. The sword slashed through the air, and the golden-red, true sun suddenly soared into the sky, burning in all directions. It was as if everything around it had been turned to ashes, and the void was completely distorted. As the sword slashed out, the golden-red, true sun surged forward, and its color quickly dimmed, turning black in the blink of an eye. It was a black true sun, and all of its blazing aura and terrifying power had been completely restrained. It was even more shocking and tyrannical. The black, true sun blasted forward and once again collided with the Almighty's fist. This time, it wasn't directly destroyed. The power of the black true sun was even more tyrannical than Shunxiao's, and it had been unleashed 3 times its power, so its power was even more terrifying. The Almighty's expression changed drastically. The power in his fist was madly burning, and it was directly burned away. He couldn't hold on any longer, and his fist was also burning. Under the violent impact of the black true sun, his entire arm was also burning. The Almighty was secretly shocked by the power of the attack. Boom! The power exploded, and it surged forward like a raging tide. It immediately rushed into his arm, dispersing the burning black true sun fire. Shenzong immediately retreated. The Triple Tai Hao sword was already his full power attack, but still couldn't really do anything to the Almighty. The difference between them was indeed very obvious. In fact, the Triple Tai Hao sword was enough in terms of power, but the Almighty's power was purer, and its power was even more shocking. Since even a strike that was 3 times as powerful as Tai Hao could not do anything to the Divine Master, Shenzong knew that the gap between him and the Divine Master was very clear. As such, there was no need for him to continue fighting. With the might of the ocean-suppressing orb, he could indeed contend against the Divine Master, but that was it. Not enough. Far from enough. The ocean-suppressing pearl could only last for 15 minutes. Retreat. Making a prompt decision, Chunzong immediately retracted the ocean-suppressing domain and exploded with extreme speed to retreat. However, the Almighty's expression was cold, and his stalwart body pressed down on Chunzong. He had no intention of letting Chunzong go. This human was very strong. Not only had he killed many divine demon experts, but he also had a supreme treasure that could contend with the Almighty for a short period of time. This kind of strength was very terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, he might become a great enemy. Although one more person was nothing in front of the divine demon realm, if he could kill him now, he would be able to clear some obstacles. After all, once the Almighty broke through to the divine ancestor level, his strength would increase greatly, and it would be much more difficult to kill him. It was better to kill him now to avoid trouble in the future. Chunzong immediately retreated, and the Almighty immediately pursued him. He had no intention of letting Chunzong go. Instead, he was very determined. His eyes emitted a terrifying cold light, and his astonishing divine power locked onto Chunzong from afar. He was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Pursuit. Chunzong's expression was solemn, and he exploded with extreme speed to escape the battlefield. In the end, it was still not enough, and his strength was still not enough. If he could reach the peak of the Innerverse, his strength would increase, and the power of his sword techniques would be even stronger. Of course, Chunzong still didn't know if he could contend against the Almighty. However, if he reached the peak of the Innerverse, his strength would increase again, and combined with the power of the ocean-suppressing pearl, he should be able to contend against the Almighty, right? Chapter 3092. Run, run, run. A moment ago, Chunzong was still attacking the Divine Master with his sword, but now he was running away quickly. Since he was no match for the Divine Master, why fight to the death? That was not Chunzong's character. Unless there was no way out, he would force himself to fight to the death regardless of the cost. But now, it was not a situation where there was no way out. If he still wanted to fight to the death here, it would be somewhat foolish. However, the Divine Master had his eyes on Chunzong. He was determined to kill Chunzong to prevent future troubles. He didn't relax at all. His speed was extremely fast, and he kept approaching. Although Chunzong's speed was also very fast, according to this situation, he would be caught in a few breaths of time. Space-time travel. Chunzong's figure flashed. He escaped into the void and appeared 10,000 meters away. It was not that he could not use a more powerful space-time travel. It was just that once he used it, he would not be able to control where he would go. With Yinshin here, Chunzong could not really escape. He could only put some distance between himself and the Divine Master and deal with him to recover his mixed Yuan heart force. He would fight again when his mixed Yuan heart force was fully recovered. The Divine Master was indeed stronger than Chunzong, but it was not absolute. When Chunzong activated the might of the ocean-suppressing orb and released the ocean-suppressing domain, he could contend with the Divine Master to a certain extent. After a quarter of an hour, Chunzong would retreat in time and use space-time travel to increase the distance between them. He would take the opportunity to recover his mixed Yuan heart force and repeat this process over and over again. It was like flying a kite. The Divine Master was instantly enraged. This scene also fell into the eyes of the other cultivators and divine demons. Astonishment. A person who was not a divine ancestor could deal with a Divine Master like this. It was truly terrifying. The furious Divine Master was not good at speed. He could not catch up to Chunzong in a short time. The anger in his heart continued to accumulate, almost to the point of exploding. Then, the Divine Lord turned around and charged toward the sacred ancestor. The Divine Master, who had been fighting the Divine Ancestor, moved away in an instant and flew toward Chunzong at a terrifying speed. He was twice as fast as the previous Divine Master. His speed was much faster than Chunzong's. Without the space-time travel, Chunzong would not have been able to escape at all. Even with the space-time travel, it would be difficult for him to escape unless he launched the great space-time travel to leave this place directly. See Calming Domain. With the primordial heart force restored, the sea-suppressing orb displayed its might once more. Deep blue seawater suddenly swept out in all directions, instantly suppressing the surroundings. The 14 swords of the single heart sword technique were executed in an instant. 14 different trajectories, but they all carried a terrifying might. They all blasted towards the same point at the same time. The might of each sword was extremely terrifying. Erupt. 3 times divine firmament. The divine master was extremely fast, twice as fast as the previous divine master. With such speed, Taihao's sword would not be able to hit him. Only divine firmament's unique skill, which combined speed and sharpness, had a chance. Under the eruption of 3 times divine firmament's power, the sword was extremely fast, unparalleled, and invincible. Even though the divine master was good at speed, he was first attacked by the single heart sword technique, then faced with an attack 3 times divine firmament's power. All the trajectories were under Chun Zong's control. He could not dodge. But did he need to dodge? The divine master's lips curled into a cold smile, and his eyes emitted an endless cold light. His hands moved like a ferocious beast running on the ground, or a bird spreading its wings and soaring in the sky. Finally, he put his hands together and pointed forward. All his strength was concentrated on it, making his 2 fingers extremely tough and powerful. The void was directly pierced by those 2 fingers. 3 times divine firmament's power was extremely strong, but the divine master's finger was also very strong, and it could crush everything. When they collided, the sword light paused and then shattered, but the power of the divine master's 2 fingers was also defeated in an instant. The tip of the sword struck horizontally, and the power of a top-notch sacred artifact erupted. The Heavenly Will Sword was originally forged from the core of a great world, so it was extremely tough. Even a divine master could not damage it. Even if the Heavenly Will Sword had not completely recovered its original power, it was still not something a divine master or sacred ancestor could destroy. On the contrary, although the 3 times divine firmament sword had shattered, the divine master was also stunned and then flew back a few meters. The tip of his finger had been pierced. He was injured. Even if it was a small injury, he was still injured. Chun Zong knew that this divine master was good at speed, but in terms of power, he was not as strong as the previous divine master. There was no way he could suppress Chun Zong, only win. Suddenly, Chun Zong's heart was burning. It was not impossible to fight against such a divine master. Of course, it was impossible to completely fight against such a divine master unless one had a cultivation base at the Innerverse. Even so, it was possible to contend with such a divine master. On the battlefield, there were more divine demons than human sages. Human sages even had to fight against 2 divine demons at once. It was very dangerous, but they could only hold on. Once they were defeated, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, Chun Zong had killed 12 principal gods and 3 spirit gods in a row, causing the divine demons to suffer great losses and greatly reducing the pressure on the human powerhouses. Now, Chun Zong was being chased by a divine master, which was equivalent to holding back a divine master, reducing the pressure on the human race's sacred ancestor. Even within the Godhead realm, there were not many divine masters, just like the sacred ancestor of the ancient mystic world. Of course, in terms of numbers, there were more divine masters in the Godhead realm than the sacred ancestor. Not all of them had crossed over. If all of the divine masters had crossed over, the ancient mystic world would have fallen under their combined attack. Why didn't all the divine masters, or so many gods and devils, cross over to this place? Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Or rather, where there were living creatures, there would be conflicts. Even beasts had a sense of territory, let alone intelligent life forms. The divine demons were powerful and had invaded the ancient mystic world to develop their faith. The ancient mystic world had long been targeted by some divine demons, so how could they allow other divine demons to encroach on it? Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, the ancient mystic world would not be able to resist the powerful Godhead realm. Chun Zong was like a variable, holding back a divine master and greatly reducing the pressure on the human race. Now, they were waiting for reinforcements, waiting for reinforcements from other sacred ancestors. When the reinforcements arrived, a brilliant sword aura erupted from the distant sky and rushed over in an instant. The world rumbled endlessly, as if thousands of thunderbolts were rioting. The wind whistled, and every gust of wind contained a terrifying power that swept through the world. Sword aura. Shocking sword aura. Sword aura overflowed the sky. It poured down in an overwhelming manner, as if the sea was flowing and the galaxy was hanging upside down. This sword aura immediately made the human race happy, but it also made the divine demon's expressions change drastically. This was because the sword aura was extremely powerful, and it was the sword aura of a divine ancestor. The sword master had arrived. Originally, the human race had two divine ancestors. One was the sword master of the Valley of No Return, and the other was Tai Xian's divine ancestor. The two divine ancestors were fighting against three divine masters. Originally, there were four divine masters, but now, because of Chun Zong, they were holding back a divine master, greatly reducing the pressure on the human race. However, this was only to reduce the pressure. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Now, a sword master had arrived as reinforcements, further reducing the pressure on the human race. When the lifeless sword master of the Valley of No Return felt the arrival of the sword aura, he was first happy, then shocked. As his expression changed, he seemed to have thought of something and became excited. After so many years, has it finally appeared again? The lifeless sword master thought to himself. He was the sword master of the Valley of No Return. He had cultivated the lifeless secret sword to the extreme and had even deduced it to a new level. It consumed less energy and was even more powerful. But other than him, there was no one else in the Valley of No Return that could cultivate it. This was because this new lifeless secret sword was modified according to his own characteristics and was only suitable for him. With such powerful strength, the lifeless sword master was able to fight against two divine masters and temporarily resist the joint attack of two divine masters. Any sword master's fighting ability was extremely terrifying. Arrival. A new sword master had arrived. Before he appeared, the sword aura had already suppressed the world. Chun Zong was shocked. What a powerful sword aura. This sword aura was even more terrifying and powerful than that of the lifeless sword master. The lifeless sword master's sword aura was a type of life-taking sword aura. It was filled with a deathly aura, as if it wanted to destroy all life. It was extremely extreme. However, the sword aura that had just arrived did not have any deathly aura, nor was it that extreme. Instead, it had an indescribable majestic aura. It was like a mountain that carried the sharpness of a sword. Sword Mountain. The sword might was like an ancient and majestic divine sword mountain that filled the world. Under this domineering and majestic sword might, it seemed that everything in the world was so insignificant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Between the heavens and the earth, there seemed to be endless cries of swords that came from a faraway space-time. In an instant, a ray of light bloomed in the sky and became scorching hot. It was like a true sun that shone in the sky. The ray of light expanded at an astonishing speed and fell downwards. It was as if the true sun was falling from the sky and bombarding the earth. When one looked again, it was a ray of sword light. It was a huge ray of sword light that filled the sky. When the sword light fell, it immediately locked onto the divine master who was chasing after Chun Zong. Under the terrifying sword aura, there was no way for him to avoid it. Unable to dodge, the divine lord's expression turned grim. He had no choice but to explode with power. In an instant, he unleashed his most powerful attack. It was terrifying to the extreme. It shot toward the sky and toward the sword light. It was as if he wanted to shatter the sky and destroy the sword light. The sword light fell and paused for a moment. It was as if it had been blocked by the divine master's all-out attack. However, it also broke through the divine master's powerful attack in an instant. It continued to bombard the divine master with an irresistible force, shattering everything in its path. The divine master's speed was very fast, but his strength was relatively average. However, he was still at the Divine Master level. Even so, under the sword light, he felt like he could not resist it. His powerful divine demon body was immediately hit by the sword light. The Divine Master's imposing body seemed so small and insignificant in front of the sword light. It was like an ant facing an elephant's leg. The difference was so great that the Divine Master was directly bombarded and engulfed by the sword light. This scene caused Chunzong's eyes to widen. When he felt the extremely terrifying sword might at such a close distance, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. This was a tremble of admiration and also a tremble of excitement. It was so powerful. Chapter 3093. The shocking sword light seemed to have penetrated an ancient barrier, reversing time and space to descend upon the world. This sword light alone shattered all of the Divine Master's power and swallowed him whole. In front of this sword light, which was like a pillar that supported the sky, everything seemed to be illusory and could be easily destroyed, even if they were separated by time and space. Chunzong could not help but have a feeling that even if he used space-time travel, he would not be able to escape the attack of this sword light. He wondered if the Divine Master would be killed by it. With the Divine Master's strong physique, he should not be killed so easily. When the sword light dissipated, the ground below was not damaged at all, as if the sword light was just an illusion. However, Chunzong was sure that it was a real sword light, a terrifying sword light that could shatter mountains and break heaven and earth. However, the moment the sword light bombarded the ground, it disappeared, as if it had escaped into nothingness. Chunzong could not help but gasp when he understood the mystery in an instant. What amazing control of power! It had reached the level of the Great Path. It was unfathomable and even surpassed his own. This was the first time Chunzong had encountered an existence that surpassed him in control of power. He immediately became very interested in this mysterious sword master who had not yet shown himself, but had already unleashed earth-shattering sword power. When the sword light dissipated, a figure stood in the sky with his arms crossed above his head, resisting the attack of the terrifying sword light. It was the Divine Master. He hadn't died even after being struck by the terrifying sword light, which was enough to show how powerful the body of a Divine Master was. If it had been a spiritual god, he would have been directly blasted into smithereens and would have been obliterated into nothingness. Although the Divine Master managed to block the sword light's attack, he was not in a good situation. His body was badly damaged, and there were sword wounds all over his body. The wounds seemed to want to heal, but they were attacked by a terrifying sword energy. They were in the process of healing and tearing apart. It was not that easy. To be able to withstand my sword and not die, the Divine Master does have some ability. A vast and mighty voice, accompanied by the hum of a sword, came from the horizon. It was like rolling thunder, rippling with an incomparably shocking might. In an instant, a sword light came across the sky, as if it had penetrated layers of time and space. Who is that? Chunzong couldn't help but squint his eyes and stare, but he could only vaguely see a tall figure in the sword light. It was very blurry and difficult to see clearly. Without a doubt, that was a sword master, a very powerful one. Who are you? This Divine Master's fiend god body was filled with sword wounds that were difficult to heal. He was enduring the ravaging sword chi as he roared furiously. He was roaring in the fiend god language, but the saints present had all learned the fiend god language, so they immediately understood the meaning behind his roar. Myriad Swords Peak. Eternal Sword Sovereign. The dazzling sword light fell like the primordial true sun, accompanied by an ancient voice that resounded through the world. The Eternal Sword Master. Chunzong was shocked. This was an extremely ancient sword master, one of the two great sword masters of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. He was also the strongest sword master of the 10,000 Swords Mountain and the oldest and strongest sword master of the 10,000 Swords Ancient Realm. Not only that, but it was rumored that the Eternal Sword Master was ranked in the top 3 among the divine ancestors of the entire ancient profound world. According to Chunzong's understanding, such a sword master had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Very few people knew whether he was in seclusion or had gone somewhere else. Who would have thought that he would appear here today? Before even seeing him, he had already released such a terrifying attack and injured a divine master. With the arrival of the Eternal Sword Master, the monstrous sword might become even more terrifying, as if it was everywhere. The first to bear the brunt of it was the injured divine master. The Eternal Sword might was extremely powerful and boundless, as if it had swept across the world. However, the divine master was injured, and his injuries were difficult to heal in a short period of time. Even with the strength of his fiend god body, it was difficult to face such eternal sword might. He could only continuously release his divine power to resist. However, it was clear that the divine master was at a disadvantage. The divine master was equivalent to the divine ancestor level. The divine ancestor level and the divine master level were both general terms, and there were also differences in strength. The most direct example was the divine ancestor Tianfeng and the star sword master. They were both divine ancestors, but the divine ancestor Tianfeng could not defeat the star sword master. There was a difference in strength, but this difference was not absolute. At least, the star sword master could suppress the divine ancestor Tianfeng, but he could not kill him. However, the star sword master was not as strong as the eternal sword master. He was the number one sword master of the 10,000 swords ancient realm and the strongest person. He was ranked in the top 3 in the entire ancient profound world. His strength was extremely terrifying. Only with such shocking strength could he have such a terrifying sword might. Junior, you're not bad. The eternal sword master descended, floating in the air like a sword. He stood 1,000 meters high in the sky, and the wind roared as it blew past, but it could not move the eternal sword master's hair. It was as if his hair was frozen in the sky, and the sword might that suppressed the ancient times could topple mountains and overturn seas. If it was someone else who had been affirmed by the eternal sword master, they would be secretly happy or even excited. However, Chunzong was different. If the eternal sword master affirmed him, it meant that the eternal sword master's judgment was superb and accurate. Now, Chunzong was indeed inferior to the eternal sword master, but his path of cultivation was only at the middle level. He could continue to improve, and when he reached the peak, his strength would definitely not be inferior to the divine master level. The cultivation level that Chunzong had planned for the inner universe was only equivalent to the saint level. Then, what about those above the saint level? If one had great ambitions, one would not be complacent just because of some small achievements. Chunzong's attitude fell into the eternal sword master's eyes. Not only was he not displeased, he seemed to admire him even more. Swordsmen and swordsmen had to have strong beliefs. Regardless of one's talent, one would not be able to achieve much if they did not have such strong beliefs. A sudden change occurred. One of the divine masters who had besieged the lifeless sword master immediately burst forth and charged towards the eternal sword master. The silver sword in his hand suddenly slashed through the sky like a crescent moon. The sword slashed through the sky. This fatal blow was very sudden. The power of the celestial demons was extremely condensed, and its might was extremely tyrannical. If it had been any other divine ancestor, they would have panicked and reacted instantly when faced with this sudden attack. However, the eternal sword master's expression did not change, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. This sword was indeed very strong, but that was all there was to it. The eternal sword master did not draw his sword, but a brilliant sword light instantly pierced through the sky and struck the silver sword light. After a slight pause, the sword light was immediately shattered. The sword light seemed to be completely undamaged as it swept through everything in its path and struck the divine master directly. The divine master reacted in an instant. He held his sword horizontally in front of him. As the sword trembled, it brought about countless illusions. The silver illusions were like flowing lights that overlapped and connected into one, blocking the attack of the sword light. The sword light was extremely sharp and seemed to carry the might of the eternal sacred mountain. After a momentary pause, it broke through the sword light in an extremely domineering manner and struck the Divine Master's sword. The sword bent under the pressure and struck the Divine Master's chest. A faint cracking sound could be heard as the Divine Master's body was sent flying hundreds of meters away with a loud bang. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his chest seemed to have caved in slightly. This sword attack injured another Divine Master. If it were not for the fact that his god-fiend body was extremely strong, he would not have been able to withstand it at all. He would have been severely injured or even exploded. The might of this sword was the focus of everyone's attention, and it also greatly boosted the morale of the humans. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they seemed to have been injected with new energy as they exploded with an even stronger aura. On the other hand, the God-Fiend's morale suffered a blow, causing their morale to plummet. For Divine Masters and 3 Divine Ancestors, the God-Fiends clearly had more experts than the humans. However, they had been held back by a great sword saint who was not at the level of a Divine Ancestor. This already made them very unhappy. Now that the Eternal Sword Master had descended, his strength was extremely terrifying, and he had easily injured 2 Divine Masters. It was obvious that he was at the peak of his strength. Hold him back. I'll use a divine technique. The injured Divine Master, who was holding a long silver sword, immediately said to the other injured Divine Master. He used a telepathic method, so no one else could hear him. The Divine Master immediately responded with action. He instantly exploded and transformed into 9 figures. They immediately pounced on the Eternal Sword Master from all directions. Every figure seemed to be real. Their fingers were either bent like hooks, pointed like swords, straightened like knives, or clenched into fists like hammers. They continuously attacked the Eternal Sword Master. Insignificant skill. The Eternal Sword Master softly spat out 4 words. Every word contained shocking sword might. As soon as they appeared, they swept out in all directions, causing the 9 figures to tremble slightly. The instant they paused, the sword light flashed once again. It swept across the sky and instantly split into 9. Chunzong had already tried his best to look, but he still could not see clearly how the Eternal Sword Master had pulled out his sword. It was too fast, so fast that even Chunzong's amazing eyesight could not capture it. How could this be? Chunzong was secretly shocked. He had a further estimation of the Eternal Sword Master's strength. The 9 rays of sword light pierced through the sky casually. The 9 figures of the Divine Master could not dodge. They were all hit and shattered. However, in the distance, 18 silhouettes appeared once again, attacking from all directions. Sword light flashed, directly splitting into 18 rays, each of them piercing through the air. Every sword was extremely light, as if it didn't carry any power, but it was indeed boundlessly terrifying. Shattered. The 18 silhouettes were shattered once again. In the next breath, 27 silhouettes condensed once more and charged forward once more. However, it was useless. The 27 figures were also shattered. No more figures appeared again. The Divine Master seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He quickly retreated. His face was extremely pale and his aura was weak. It was obvious that his continuous outbursts and the figures that surrounded the Eternal Sword Master had been destroyed by the Eternal Sword Master. He was severely injured and his strength was greatly reduced. However, his goal was only to stall for time. Suddenly, a cruel sneer appeared on his face. This was because he felt that the divine skill was ready to explode. The sky suddenly changed. It was as if it had turned into night. Then, a bright moon appeared out of thin air. It quickly condensed and hung in the night sky, emitting a faint white light. Chapter 3094. Day turned into night in an instant. The night sky was boundless, but there wasn't the slightest bit of starlight. It was filled with silence and even deathly stillness. A bright moon appeared, silently releasing a faint white light that illuminated all directions. It spread over the earth like flowing water and fell on everyone's body. For some reason, everyone couldn't help but tremble. It was as if traces of coldness had quietly permeated and seeped into their bodies. In particular, the human cultivators felt it the most clearly. Even if they were saint-level experts or divine ancestor-level experts, they couldn't resist this trace of coldness. Their blood and chi seemed to be frozen and slowed down. They couldn't help but feel cold. The surrounding time and space also seemed to slow down under the faint white moonlight. It was as if it was about to solidify. Divine art. A solemn look flashed across the eternal sword master's face. This was a divine art. Divine art was a powerful secret technique in the fiend god realm. Only true fiend gods could use it. However, under normal circumstances, divine fiend gods couldn't use divine arts. Even spiritual gods couldn't do it. In other words, they needed sufficient time to prepare for using divine arts. It would take a lot of time and an astonishing amount of energy to do so. How could there be sufficient time to prepare a divine art in the middle of a battle? A fierce battle of life and death was ever-changing. One breath was enough to exchange blows many times. If divine fiend gods wanted to use divine arts, they wouldn't be able to do so without a quarter of an hour. Moreover, they couldn't be disturbed during the process of preparing divine arts. Once they were disturbed, they would fail. Once they failed, they would suffer a backlash from the divine art. The strength of the backlash would be determined by the progress of the preparation. Even a slight backlash would cause injuries, and a serious backlash would be fatal. Once a divine art was prepared, it had to be used. There couldn't be any delay. Otherwise, the power of the divine art would dissipate. Spiritual gods needed less time to prepare divine arts, but it would still take at least half a quarter of an hour. Moreover, once a divine art was used, they would be exhausted and at the mercy of others. Although divine arts were powerful, there were various restrictions and drawbacks. In a battle of life and death, there was no chance to use them. Once they were used, they would be interrupted and suffer a backlash. It was precisely because of this that divine fiend gods and spiritual gods wouldn't use divine arts. It was impractical unless they were 100% sure of success. Otherwise, during the process of using divine arts, they would be like a target that could be easily targeted. Only divine masters could fight with divine techniques. However, it wasn't easy for divine master-level divine demons to use divine techniques. They would need some time to prepare, at least a few breaths of time. This was also the reason why the God Master had sent a voice transmission to the other God Master to stall the ancient Sword Master. After all, a few breaths of time was still time. To experts, a few breaths of time was enough for them to attack many times, let alone a terrifying existence like the ancient Sword Master. Of the divine arts. Sin, the divine arts. Of the divine arts of divine arts. Lunar eclipse. The face of the divine master who used the divine art was pale. His aura was extremely condensed. He seemed to have a faint connection with the moon in the night sky. Then, the divine master raised his arm. He pointed his index finger at the divine master and shot it down. In an instant, the night sky became even darker, and the bright moon shone brightly, erupting with an incomparably shocking power. Then, it turned into a ray of light, and it seemed to penetrate through time and space. The ray of light shot toward the divine master. This ray of moonlight was so gentle. It was silent and full of tranquility. There was a kind of picturesque scenery. Beneath this beauty was an unparalleled killing intent, one that even the eternal sword sovereign had to treat with caution. However, at the same time, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of the eternal sword sovereign's lips. It was as if he was delighted to see a prey. Shunzong believed that he would not be mistaken. This was because when he encountered a powerful enemy, he would also reveal such a smile. Joy of the divine master. He could use his true strength. He unsheathed his sword. The eternal sword master unsheathed his sword again. This time, he did it very slowly. Everyone could clearly see the eternal sword master's right hand land on the sword hilt. After his 5 fingers gently grasped the hilt, his right arm exerted a little force and pulled the sword out. A cold light bloomed from the scabbard. The divine master's sword wasn't an ordinary sword. It was as wide as a palm. There were mountain-like patterns on it. It was filled with an ancient aura. It was as if it had traveled through time. As the sword came out of the scabbard, the supreme divine sword intent spread out. It grew stronger and stronger. The divine sword intent became even more terrifying. The sword seemed to have been forged from ancient mountains. It carried an astonishing weight and pressed down on the sky. The tranquil moonlight shot down silently. The power it carried was terrifying. Everything was eroded and turned into nothingness. The Divine Master's sword was completely unsheathed. It exploded with terrifying sword power and attacked the ray of moonlight. However, the sword power was eroded by the moonlight. It was difficult to defend against it. This scene caused the Eternal Sword Master to be secretly surprised. His unsheathed sword power was so powerful that it could suppress an ordinary divine ancestor. However, it was eroded by a ray of moonlight. It was enough to show how powerful the ray of moonlight was. Godfiend divine techniques were indeed shocking. Today, he would once again experience the power of this divine technique. With a thought, sword will erupted. The sword in the Eternal Sword Master's hand stabbed out towards the sky, towards the beam of moonlight. Facing such a powerful ray of moonlight that seemed to freeze time and space, the Divine Master didn't dodge. He wanted to face it head-on. Shenzong was sure that he couldn't resist the moonlight. Even if he used the sea-suppressing orb's full power, he couldn't resist it. The difference was too great. It was too great. How could the Divine Master resist it? The sword pierced through the air and shook the sky. The sword power was invincible. It carried the Divine Master's terrifying power and divine sword intent. Shenzong vaguely saw something from the sword. He seemed to have grasped something but didn't grasp it in time. This feeling made Shenzong feel very uncomfortable. The Divine Master's sword had already pierced out. The mountain-like patterns on the sword seemed to have come alive and emanated a shocking pressure. With a boom, the moonlight paused. The long sword seemed to have frozen in the sky. In the next breath, it exploded. The moonlight exploded and fell like a storm, covering all directions. It completely drowned and devoured the Divine Master's body. Divine consciousness couldn't penetrate it. Even Shenzong's mixed Yuan heart force couldn't penetrate it and see what was happening inside. How was the Divine Master? No one knew. It was inevitable that people would be worried. Because the moonlight's power was too terrifying. It seemed to be able to erode everything. Everyone present, including the two divine ancestors, couldn't resist the erosion of the moonlight. Could the Divine Master do it? The battle had stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the scattered moonlight. They stared as if they wanted to see through it. This was the case for both the human race and the divine demon race. This was because that attack was very important. If the divine demon race couldn't do anything to the Divine Master, they would be defeated. On the other hand, the human race would probably be defeated as well. Shenzong's eyes flashed. He looked at the Divine Master from the corner of his eyes. The Divine Master, who was covered in wounds and had a weak aura while trying to stall the Divine Master. Wasn't this the best time to attack? A Divine Master. If he could kill a Divine Master, absorb his divinity, and refine it, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be impossible for him to break through the bottleneck and advance by a small realm. With this thought, Shenzong's heart surged like a raging tide. His thoughts were restless and wild, inciting Shenzong. However, Shenzong was unmoved. Instead, he was very calm. This was because if he was incited to attack recklessly, it would be very unwise. It might even be suicide. Shenzong was constantly analyzing. He wasn't blinded by impulse. However, in the end, Shenzong still decided to attack. This was the best time. Firstly, the Divine Master was seriously injured and his aura was weak. Although he was recovering, the sword chi of the ancient sword master was very terrifying. It would be difficult to expel it in a short period of time. It would be difficult for him to truly recover. Secondly, the Divine Master was also staring at the moonlight. Most of his attention was on the moonlight, so he had lowered his guard against the outside world. Wasn't this the best time to kill him? Making a prompt decision, Shenzong immediately exploded with extreme speed. In an instant, he rapidly approached the Divine Master who was riddled with wounds. The power of the ocean-suppressing pearl was completely activated in an instant. The ocean-suppressing domain was released and pressed forward. In an instant, It suppressed the Divine Master, who was riddled with wounds. The Divine Master was seriously injured and had no time to recover. He was also worried that the Divine Eclipse technique could kill the ancient Swordmaster. He had unconsciously lowered his guard. However, Chunzong seized the opportunity. Chunzong didn't attack just now. His mixed Yuan heart force had already recovered to its peak. He had completely recovered. Kill! Under the ocean-suppressing domain, the Divine Master quickly reacted. His expression changed greatly. He immediately exploded with his remaining strength and released his divine power to resist. He didn't have any intention of fighting Chunzong. Instead, he retreated at an astonishing speed. He wanted to avoid and buy time to recover. Once he recovered a little, he could counterattack. The sword light shot across the sky. Supreme Sword will fill the sky. It was as if it could shatter the sky. It completely locked onto the Divine Master. Due to his injuries, the Divine Master's speed was greatly affected. For a moment, he felt like he couldn't escape. Since that was the case, he would fight to the death. A sense of desperation exploded in the Divine Master's heart. His eyes became incomparably sharp. He risked being stabbed by Chunzong's sword to counterattack and kill Chunzong. Moreover, with the strength of the fiend god body, even if he was stabbed by the sword, he would be able to withstand it. After that, he would slowly recover. Then, he would be able to kill his opponent and get rid of a human genius. Something strange happened all of a sudden. The human who was about to stab him with his sword suddenly disappeared for some reason. The Divine Master was puzzled, but at the same time, he was on high alert. It was highly possible that the human had used some mysterious method to appear behind him and kill him. Chapter 3095. The moonlight fell silently, but it also completely eroded the void. The ancient sword master seemed to have been swallowed whole. Everyone was watching. Where is he? The god master, who was heavily injured, turned around quickly. However, he did not discover the whereabouts of that human. Wasn't he here to kill him? Why did he suddenly disappear? Was it a feint? The Divine Master's eyes widened when he thought of the word feint. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared. On the other side, tens of thousands of meters away, there was another Divine Master. This Divine Master was the one who had used the lunar erosion divine skill. Even for a Divine Master, it was not easy to use a divine skill. Moreover, he had to deal with a powerful divine ancestor. Naturally, he had to give it his all. A divine skill was the most powerful secret skill of a divine demon. When a principal god or spiritual god used it, they would exhaust all of their energy. However, when a divine master used it, not only would it be faster, but he could also freely adjust the consumption of energy. Of course, the more energy he used, the stronger the divine skill would be. However, no matter how much energy he used, he had to use at least 50% of his energy to successfully use the divine skill. In order to kill the divine ancestor in one fell swoop, the Divine Master had naturally exhausted all of his energy to use his most powerful divine skill. Although his energy recovered very quickly, it had only been a short time. He had not even recovered half of his energy yet. From the moment the divine skill was formed to the moment it was used, only a few breaths of time had passed. To be able to recover some of his cultivation energy in a few breaths of time was extremely shocking. One had to know that using a divine skill at full power would not only exhaust one's cultivation energy, but also one's spiritual energy. Therefore, the Divine Master was currently in his weakest state. A figure flashed, and sword light bloomed. It was Chunzong, and his sword swept across the sky, 3 times the power of a divine firmament. The sword was extremely fast, and it pierced through the void like a bolt of lightning. It was very close, only a few meters away. A distance of a few meters was a very short distance for a top expert. It was as if there was no distance at all. Moreover, it was a surprise attack with 3 times the power of divine firmament. Moreover, the Divine Master was in his weakest state because he had used all his power to cast a divine spell. Even if the Divine Master had been at his peak, it would have been difficult for him to dodge Chunzong's attack if he had been caught off guard. Moreover, he was currently in a weakened state, so it was even more impossible for him to dodge this attack. This was Chunzong's real goal. There were two reasons why Chunzong had attacked the wounded Divine Lord. The first was to kill him, if possible. However, as soon as Chunzong attacked, he found that the Divine Lord still had the strength to fight. It would be very difficult to kill him immediately. Once the Divine Lord was engaged in battle, it was not clear whether he could kill him in the end. However, he would be held back, which was not in line with his original purpose. Thus, he gave up and carried out the second plan. The second plan was to assassinate the other Divine Master, the one who was casting a terrifying secret skill. Chunzong sensed that the Divine Master's aura was extremely weak, and he was also an excellent target for assassination. Chunzong made a prompt decision. He was very decisive. This sword attack was unleashed with all his power. There was no way to dodge or defend against it. The sword pierced through the Divine Demon's body, but it was still unable to kill him. After all, the Divine Demon's body was extremely strong. Sea Calming Domain. The Sea Calming Pearl's power was activated again, and it immediately suppressed the Divine Master. At the same time, the other Divine Masters also reacted. They roared angrily and attacked Chunzong, trying to save the other Divine Master. At the same time, the Lifeless Sword Master and another Divine Ancestor. One of the Divine Ancestors reacted in time and took action at the same time to stop the other Divine Masters, so that Chunzong wouldn't have to be distracted. It was a crazy move for a great sword saint to kill a Divine Master. However, the Divine Master was in a weakened state, so it was not impossible. Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance, it was still worth a try. With the other Divine Masters blocked, Chunzong had more opportunities to kill the weakened Divine Master. Although the sword attack with 3 times the power of Shinshao could not kill him, it was enough to severely injure him. The single-hearted sword technique was unleashed, and 14 rays of sword light shot toward the Divine Master in different trajectories. They were so fast that there was no way to dodge them, and they all hit the Divine Master's body. First, he had used up all of his cultivation strength and mental energy to cast a divine skill, and he had only recovered a little. Now, he had been hit by 3 times the power of Shinshao, and he was severely injured. Moreover, he was suppressed by the Sea Calming Domain, so he could not move for a moment. Immediately, the 14 rays of sword light hit various parts of his body, including his limbs. Every sword attack was within Chunzong's calculations. Another sword attack was unleashed. Taihao, the Black True Sun, shot across the sky and directly hit the Divine Master's body. Then, Chunzong used the single-hearted sword technique again, and 14 consecutive sword attacks came at the Divine Master. He was going all out. In order to kill this Divine Master, Chunzong was going all out. Even though the mixed Yuan Heart Force recovered at an astonishing speed, it could not keep up with Chunzong's outburst of energy consumption. It was as if he was about to overdraw. The last sword attack, Shinshao. This sword attack penetrated the Divine Master's glabella, broke his spiritual soul, and extinguished his divine fire. After this sword attack, Chunzong could no longer attack because his mixed Yuan Heart Force was completely exhausted. Fortunately, the mixed Yuan Heart Force recovered at an astonishing speed. In just a short moment, it had recovered a little, and Chunzong attacked again. Extract. He forcibly extracted the Divine Master's divinity, but the Divine Master was not completely dead. He was still resisting. However, after being hit repeatedly, he was severely injured and his strength was completely exhausted. His glabella was penetrated, and his spiritual soul was damaged. In a daze, he finally lost all ability to resist. That strand of divinity was forcibly extracted by Chunzong. Powerful energy was contained within it, and it was constantly fluctuating. Chunzong felt as if he was holding a real dragon in his hand. Although that strand of divinity was only as thick as a pinky and only as long as a few fingers, it was extremely shocking. Great! Chunzong could not help but look delighted. On the other hand, the other Divine Master's expressions changed drastically, but the Lifeless Sword Master and the Sword Master were overjoyed. It was a kill. A great sword saint had killed a divine master. It was unbelievable, but it had happened right in front of their eyes. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately absorbed that strand of divinity into his inner universe. A terrifying scene suddenly appeared. This strand of divinity was at the divine master level. It was the essence of a divine master's power, and it was the concentration of the divine master's spirit. The power it contained was extremely shocking, terrifying, and majestic. Once it entered the inner universe, it immediately expanded and turned into a giant dragon that spanned 1,000 miles. It roared endlessly and released an extremely shocking power. The fluctuations swept out in all directions, as if it wanted to shatter Chunzong's inner universe. Refine. However, this strand of divinity continued to struggle, unwilling to be refined just like that. When refining a divine master-level divinity, the inner universe was met with resistance, but it was not very strong. This was why it could be refined within 20 to 30 breaths. However, the difference between a divine master level and a divine master level was like heaven and earth. The difference between a divine master level and a divine master level was more than 10 times that of a divine master level divinity. It was so tyrannical that it would not be easy for Chunzong to refine it. For a moment, the inner universe trembled endlessly. That strand of divinity was as violent as a dragon, wreaking havoc in all directions as if it wanted to shatter everything. However, it was suppressed by the inner universe, resisting each other as it was refined bit by bit. Chunzong quickly retreated and quickly left the battlefield. In this state, it was difficult for him to use much of the mixed Yuan heart force. His strength had decreased imperceptibly, and he could at most contend with an ordinary divine master level divine demon, unless he gave up on refining that strand of divine master divinity and dispersed it. At the same time, the moonlight dissipated, revealing a towering figure. It was the ancient sword master. The ancient sword master was not in a good state after taking the divine technique lunar eclipse head-on. There were several tears on his robe, which had been directly eroded and disappeared, turning into nothingness. Chunzong and the others also keenly sensed that the ancient sword master's aura was much weaker than before. It had decreased by at least 50%. Sure enough, that divine technique was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. Even a pinnacle divine ancestor-level powerhouse, like the ancient sword master, could not completely withstand it and was still injured. However, the injuries did not seem to be very serious. At least he could still fight. As expected of a divine technique, it is indeed very powerful. The ancient sword master sighed softly. There was no lack of praise for the divine technique in his words, but it's still not enough to deal with me. However, the last sentence was filled with a shocking, domineering aura and sword might. He also realized that one of the divine masters had been killed, and he could not help but smile. Good kill. As such, there were only 3 divine lords left, and one of them was injured and had yet to recover. With the ancient sword master's great strength, even if he was slightly injured by the divine art lunar eclipse, it wouldn't affect him too much. He swung his sword. The ancient sword master struck through the air and slashed directly at the injured divine master. He could not dodge it. The divine master wanted to use the speed that he was so proud of to dodge, but he realized that the sword had completely locked onto him. The space-time in front of him was suppressed by the sword. It was constantly pressing in from all directions, making it impossible for him to dodge. He unleashed all his power to block the ancient sword master's ancient sword strike head-on. However, it was to no avail. He was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot as all his defenses were broken. As he crossed his arms, an ear-piercing cracking sound was heard. It was the sound of the bones in his arms being broken. The divine master's body was sent flying a few thousand meters away. He was severely injured. He was injured again, and his injuries were even more serious. Retreat. The other 2 divine masters' expressions changed drastically. The ancient sword master's strength was too strong. It was completely beyond their level. Even if the 2 divine masters joined forces, they might not be a match for the ancient swordmaster. Moreover, there were still 2 divine ancestor-level experts. If they continued to fight, they would be killed. Now, one divine master had already fallen, and another was seriously injured. If they continued to fight, they would definitely be killed. Losing a divine master was no small matter. Since things were not going well, they decided to retreat immediately. In an instant, the 2 divine masters exploded with all their strength. Their strength poured out like a torrent. However, they quickly retreated and rushed toward the divine demon gate. They would be safe as long as they entered the divine demon gate. No matter how strong the ancient swordmaster was, he would not dare to enter the divine demon gate. Otherwise, he would enter the divine demon realm. Once he entered the divine demon realm, he would be in the territory of the divine demons. In the divine demon realm, their strength recovery speed would multiply, and it would be easier for them to use divine techniques. Chapter 3096. Run, run, run. When they came, they were domineering and violent, as if they were going to drown and devour everything. After a fierce battle, they had gained the upper hand and caused the humans to suffer great losses. But now they were fleeing in panic. The powerful divine demons burst forth with all their strength and rushed toward the door of gods and demons. As for the demonic beasts, they attacked even more violently, as if they were going all out. The eternal sword master smiled. He extended his body and flew forward at an astonishing speed like he was riding a gust of wind. The eternal sword strike appeared again and cut through the air. It broke through the torrent of divine demon power and charged towards the fleeing divine master. The eternal sword strike was simple, but it carried a terrifying power. It could easily shatter the heavens and earth. The lifeless sword master and the divine ancestor also burst forth and attacked. They had never felt so proud before. Previously, they had been suppressed and held on bitterly, but they did not dare to escape. If they did, the others would be killed and they would suffer great losses. They could only hold on and hope that reinforcements would come. They did not expect the reinforcements to be so strong. The eternal sword master. He was a peerless expert from 10,000 years ago, the number 1 sword master of the eternal sword ancient realm. Chunzong did not move because Chunzong was refining the divine master level divinity. It was too difficult to refine. The power contained in the divinity was very strong and violent. It was not willing to be refined by Chunzong's inner universe and was resisting. Even so, the inner universe was very strong. It was refining it bit by bit, and the more it was refined, the faster it was refined. It was certain that even a supreme saint expert would find it extremely difficult to refine this divine master-level divinity. It would be at least several times more difficult than Chunzong. As Chunzong continued refining, his primordial chaos heart force also continued to increase. The more it increased, the faster his refining speed became. The eternal sword master's sword surged in the sky, as if it had stirred up an endless storm. He quickly closed in on the fleeing divine master and waved his sword again. His swordsmanship looked simple and straightforward, but when Chunzong looked at it, he could see that it was a return to its original simplicity after going through thousands of trials and tribulations. It was a swordsmanship that had reached great success. It was a superb swordsmanship that had been cultivated to an extremely high level. It was much better than his single-hearted sword technique. The power of each sword was terrifying. Kill. One of the divine masters could not dodge and was directly hit. He flew back even faster, but he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was chaotic, and he was directly injured. Whoosh! In an instant, the eternal sword master slashed out 3 times consecutively at 3 different divine lords. All of them were struck. 2 of the divine lords trembled and borrowed the force of the strike to escape at an even faster speed. As for the divine lord who was already heavily injured, it was difficult for him to escape. His injuries worsened, and a terrifying wound appeared on his body from the slash. He could not escape. Since he could not escape, the divine master decided to stay. He used his injured body to resist the eternal sword master and buy time for the other two divine masters to escape. Otherwise, they might be left behind. If the Eternal Sword Master stayed behind, and the lifeless Sword Master and the other divine ancestor arrived, they might be killed. Die! The Eternal Sword Master had a faint smile on his face as he rapidly closed in on the heavily injured Godmaster. It was as if he was ignoring the Godmaster's desperate actions. His sword robe fluttered as his speed increased by more than 30%. Originally, the Divine Master had already used up all his energy. He wanted to use the power of his self-destruction to drag the Eternal Sword Master down with him. At the very least, he wanted to severely injure the Eternal Sword Master. The self-destruction of a Divine Master was extremely terrifying. However, the Eternal Sword Master had already seen through the other party's goal. He increased his speed and closed in on the other party before he could self-destruct. Then, he waved his sword. When he waved his sword, the sword light seemed to show the changes of dynasties, the changes of time, and the changes of the world. It was as if the changes of the mortal world and the great thousand worlds were all contained within it. This was a sword of the extreme state. It was also a sword of sublimation. Chunzong was stunned. He was completely captivated. This sword seemed to have transcended the changes of time. This sword seemed to have carried the vicissitudes of time. This sword seemed to be invincible in the world. Unable to dodge or block, the Divine Lord fell into a daze. The profound mysteries contained within this sword strike were so profound that he felt like he was about to lose himself in it. It was like a world of its own, an ancient world that had experienced countless changes over the years. The sword light flashed. The Divine Master was immediately cut into pieces. Then, his divinity was absorbed by the Eternal Sword Master. His self-destruction was completely ineffective. The expressions of the other two Divine Masters changed. Another Divine Master had died. It was too terrifying. They had planned for 10 years. Although they were not fully prepared and had launched the attack in a hurry, they had still made some preparations. They were much more complete than they had been 100 years ago. In theory, they should have been able to occupy an area in the ancient mystic world and take root there. Then, they could gradually invade the ancient mystic world and make it their own. They did not expect that there would be so many changes. First, there was a great saint realm sword cultivator. Then, there was a top divine ancestor sword cultivator. All of them were extremely terrifying and invincible. Only top divine masters could contend with such strength. However, due to some reasons, the top divine masters had not crossed over to the ancient mystic world. If a top divine master had come, they would not have been in such a sorry state. In the end, they had underestimated the human clan cultivators in the ancient mystic world. They had thought that they could suppress the ancient mystic world with their innate strength. Next time, they had to learn from this lesson and go all out. However, after this, the human clan would undoubtedly pay more attention. If the divine ancestor and demon realm wanted to invade again, it would be many times more difficult. The Eternal Sword Master took out the divine master level divinity. However, after looking at it, he did not refine and absorb it. Instead, he shook his hand, and the divinity shot out like lightning toward Chunzong. Improve it well. At the same time, a voice entered Chunzong's ears. When the divine master level divinity fell into Chunzong's hand, Chunzong was shocked. A second divine master level divinity. Just now, he had used all his strength and finally killed a weak divine master to obtain a divinity. Now, he had obtained a second divine master level divinity. It was unbelievable. The power of this divine master level divinity was shocking. Its value was also shocking. However, the Eternal Sword Master had given it to him so easily. Chunzong could not help but feel grateful. As long as he refined these two divine master level divinities, he believed that his cultivation would greatly improve. His strength would also soar to a new height. Chunzong was still refining the first divine master level divinity. He could only keep the second divine master level divinity until he refined the first one. Only after completely refining the first divine master level divinity could he refine the second one. After all, divine master level divinity was much stronger than spiritual god level divinity. Why did the Eternal Sword Master give this divine, master-level divinity to Chunzong? First of all, he had no use for it. He had already reached the peak of the divine ancestor level. If he wanted to improve further, it wasn't a matter of cultivation. Second of all, he had a very high opinion of Chunzong. When Chunzong had decisively attacked and killed a weakened divine lord, the Eternal Sword Master had actually sensed it. He had to pay attention to such a monstrous human talent. Chase. The Sword Master of the Eternal Sword continued his pursuit. Every time he swung his sword, a righteous god would be slain. Even a spirit god wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. The power of a peak sacred ancestor was just too terrifying. This was especially true for a sword cultivator who was extremely skilled in combat. The two god lords were injured one after the other, and they fled to the gate of gods and devils in a panic. The sword master of the Eternal Sword also chased after them. Soon after, he stabbed out with his sword again. The sword light was like a surging river, reflecting the ancient scene of dynasties changing, the passing of time, and the vicissitudes of time. It unconsciously attracted people and made them immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. The weaker one's cultivation was, and the lower one's realm was, the easier it was for one to be affected by it. The two divine masters were also affected by it, and they had unknowingly slowed down. Moreover, the sword radiance seemed to have come from the ancient times, and it was impossible for them to dodge it. This sword was a fatal blow. When the sword light arrived in an instant, a strange voice suddenly resounded. Subsequently, an indescribably terrifying aura poured out from the door of the divine demons like a torrential flood. The aura contained a supreme might that could distort space and time. After that, a vortex condensed and blasted towards the sword light. When the sword light arrived, it directly entered the vortex. The vortex gave off an illusory feeling, as if it did not exist. Everything within the vortex was distorted, especially time and space, which were completely distorted to the extreme. When the sword light entered the vortex, it was suddenly absorbed and devoured. It disappeared without a trace. The Eternal Sword Master's expression changed. A solemn look flashed across his eyes. The person who had attacked was so powerful that it could be called terrifying. However, in the next moment, the vortex shook and cracks immediately appeared. The cracks were like porcelain that had been smashed. They quickly spread and then shattered. The Eternal Sword Master was the Eternal Sword Master after all. His powerful strength was not that easy to resist. However, the vortex that contained the power of space and time had alleviated the crisis that the two divine masters were in. Soon after, a tall and imposing figure appeared from the door of gods and demons. It looked distorted and blurry. It did not look real at all. It stepped into the door of gods and demons and arrived at the myriad sword ancient domain in the ancient mystic world. When the two divine masters saw the blurry figure that seemed to be in the distortion of space and time, their expressions changed drastically. They were overjoyed. The space-time divine master. The two divine masters exclaimed in unison. Even the space-time divine master had come personally. This was great. The tide of this battle was about to turn. The space-time divine master was one of the top 3 powerful divine masters in the realm of gods and demons. His strength was terrifying and his methods were unparalleled. Ordinary divine masters were nothing in the face of the space-time divine master. They would be easily suppressed or even killed. As for the space-time divine master, he was also the leader of this invasion into the ancient mystic world. It was he who had cooperated with the overgod weapon to open up a crack in space and time. In the end, he had constructed a door of gods and demons in the ancient mystic world, connecting the realm of gods and demons to the ancient mystic world. This allowed the gods and demons of the realm of gods and demons to cross over into the ancient mystic world through this door. Chapter 3097. The Lord of Space and Time had arrived. The distorted figure seemed to have devoured all the power of time and space. It was incomparably majestic and filled the world. The Sword Master of Eternity's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. This was a formidable opponent, a very powerful one. However, the sword master of eternity was not afraid at all. His eyes became brighter and sharper as his will to fight surged. It was difficult to find an opponent, regardless of race or camp. To a swordsman, battle was like life. Every swordsman had fought countless battles of life and death. The corpses under their feet were like mountains and seas of blood. The more outstanding a swordsman was, the more they liked to fight with strong opponents. That would make their sword sharper. As for those who only liked to bully the weak and wield their swords against those who were weaker than them, their swords would become dull sooner or later. The sword will become more and more condensed, and the sword might become more and more tyrannical as it spread out in all directions. The divine ancestor level no longer had a great path domain. In other words, the great path domain had been completely condensed and integrated with one's own Tao. It covered the world. The sword might swept across the sky, and the divine might of the Lord of space and time also spread out. This was an invisible power that could not be seen, heard, or touched. However, when it was released, it could be felt. The supreme sword might and the vast divine might collided. The world seemed to tremble, and there was a feeling of an invisible wave raging as if the world was about to be turned upside down. The people in the distance also felt like they were about to be turned upside down. It was as if a small boat was constantly being battered by the violent waves. The sword might and divine might kept colliding. Although they could not be seen or touched, they were extremely frightening and suffocating. Even an expert like the lifeless swordmaster stopped and did not dare to get close. This was because once he got close, he would immediately feel suppressed. They were both at the divine ancestor level, but the difference was so obvious. The clash between the sword might and the divine might was already so frightening. It was as if the world was turned upside down. If a battle broke out, how terrifying would it be? Shunzong retreated without hesitation. Although this distance was very far, it still felt like it was not enough. He had to retreat further. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be affected. Once he was affected, the consequences would be very serious. He estimated that he would not be able to withstand the impact of the aftershocks. The divine master level divinity continued to be refined, and the mixed Yuan heart force vortex continued to grow. 22 miles, 23 li. The more Chenzong refined the divinity, the more his cultivation improved, and the stronger his primal chaos heart force vortex became. The more powerful it became, the faster and more efficient it became to refine the Lord God level divinity. As he continued to refine, his cultivation base continued to rise. According to Chunzong's calculations, a mixed Yuan heart force nebula vortex that was 15 kilometers long was equivalent to the cultivation of the Interverse Great Success. There seemed to be a difference of 10 kilometers between 10 kilometers and 20 kilometers, and then between 20 kilometers and 30 kilometers. However, the difference of 10 kilometers between novice and small success, and the difference of 10 kilometers between small success and large success, was huge. The latter was more than twice the size of the former. This was because the primordial heart force was in the shape of a vortex. It was somewhat irregular and circular. The more it expanded, the longer the diameter of each cycle. Shunzong's cultivation kept increasing, but he didn't need to fight. All he needed to do was retreat. He also took Yunyin and retreated quickly. When the others saw Chunzong retreating like this, they seemed to understand something and followed suit. Boom! As heaven and earth shook, a terrifying roar suddenly exploded and resounded through the world. It shook the void and spread in all directions, engulfing everything. Everyone's body trembled as if they were standing on the surface of an invisible drum. As the drum vibrated, there was a terrifying force that constantly attacked their bodies. Their chi and blood surged, and their souls fluctuated. Fortunately, they retreated further away in time. Otherwise, they would have been injured under the impact of such an invisible shock. As for the demonic beast army below, their bodies ruptured one after another under the impact of such a terrifying shock. Large amounts of black-red blood seeped out of their bodies as their vitality rapidly drained away. It wasn't just the demonic beasts and demigod god-fiends that were affected. Even human race's supreme heaven-rank experts and quasi-sages who were further away were injured and vomiting blood. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The expressions of these heaven-rankers and quasi-sages changed drastically. They were extremely horrified and hurriedly retreated with extreme speed without caring about anything else. They would be done for as long as that kind of vibration came again. They would be shattered. The clash of sword auras and divine auras between the top sword masters and divine masters was simply too powerful. It was shockingly tyrannical and boundlessly terrifying. The battle had begun. The sword master of eternity struck with his sword, and the divine master of space and time followed suit. He struck out with a whirlpool handprint that contained the supreme power of time and space. Compared to human cultivators, divine demons had some advantages. First, their bodies were extremely strong and terrifyingly strong. Second, divine demons were born with the power of certain great Daos. The reason why the divine master of space and time was so tyrannical among divine masters was that he had mastered the supreme power of time and space. The combination of the two was so terrifying, shocking, and invincible. Eternal sword strike. Space-time handprint. The battle between the two top experts erupted. Once it erupted, it was incomparably terrifying, shocking, and boundlessly tyrannical. However, the battle between the two top experts didn't erupt with any astonishing light or dazzling brilliance. The power of each strike was completely restrained to the extreme, without the slightest leakage or wastage. This extreme restraint caused Shunzong's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. He was even more horrified. Such control and ability to control power was truly shocking and beyond imagination. It had completely surpassed the current him. As expected of a top expert, his power was limitless. The battle between the two experts didn't cause much commotion, as if they were performing a silent opera. However, every time they clashed, a terrifying power would erupt. The formless, colorless, and intangible power caused the world to tremble and vibrate endlessly. It felt as if the void of the world had transformed into the surface of a giant drum. And the clash between the two great experts was like a giant drumstick that ruthlessly struck the surface of the drum with all their strength, causing the surface of the drum to vibrate incessantly. Its power was astonishing and boundless. Wherever the aftershocks passed, any life that was affected would first pause for a moment before exploding and collapsing. Not even their bones remained. Even their spirits were unable to escape as they were directly reduced to dust under the impact of this invisible yet incomparably terrifying power. Their souls scattered and their Tao vanished. Fight, 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 fight. The fierce battle continued endlessly. For a time, no one could do anything to the other. The Lord of Time and Space had mastered the divine power of time and space. He was extremely powerful and could overturn time and space. However, the ancient sword master's ancient sword might was also incomparably condensed. It was immortal and indestructible. Both sides had their own means, but there was no clear winner. With a sword in hand, the ancient sword master was invincible. He attacked endlessly and never defended. Shunzong deeply noticed this. In the ancient sword master's hand, the sword was purely for offense. There was no defense at all. No, to be precise, the ancient sword master's defense was his offense. Offense was the best defense. In fact, sword cultivators were best at offense. They attacked endlessly, but there were also a few sword cultivators who were good at defense. They used defense as offense, constantly defending against the opponent's attacks. When they found an opportunity, they counterattacked and defeated or even killed the opponent. However, it was undeniable that most sword cultivators only advocated offense. The ancient sword master's ancient sword was not a supreme treasure, but it had surpassed a divine weapon. It was at the same level as the vermilion bird Holy Land's vermilion bird heavenly flame. It was equivalent to a half-step supreme treasure. The greatest characteristic of this sword was its weight. It was extremely heavy. However, after refining it, the person who held it would not have to bear the weight. Instead, they could use it to attack the opponent. The ancient sword was, in fact, created by a sword master of the 10,000 Swords Mountain a long time ago. In a world between the inner universe and the core universe, he used a metal mine that was tens of thousands of meters tall and spent 1,000 years to compress and condense it. Finally, it was formed. He had also carved many sword divine patterns into it. It was extremely powerful. When it was formed, the shocking sword chi that erupted from it had directly pierced through the sky of that world. With the ancient sword in hand, the ancient sword master gained his supreme reputation. It also allowed him to unleash his strength to the limit, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Every strike was like an ancient mountain of swords, erupting with extreme force and blasting everything to pieces. In particular, when the power was condensed and combined with the ancient sword master's cultivation and sword intent, he was able to unleash extremely powerful sword techniques. It became several times more powerful, making it even more terrifying. When the sword struck out, it could shatter space and destroy the world. It was unstoppable. Faced with such a powerful ancient sword strike, the Lord of Space and Time did not retreat at all. He struck out with his space-time hand seals, and every single one of them contained supreme space-time power. They completely absorbed and devoured the terrifying power of the ancient sword strike. Even though they were dispersed, they were unable to harm the Lord of Space and Time at all. For a moment, the two peak experts were evenly matched. The battle continued as time flew by. At the same time, Chunzong had finally refined most of the Lord of God's divinity. The nebula vortex of mixed origin force had expanded to 15 kilometers, and it continued to expand. If this continued, he would be able to break through very quickly, as the divinity had not been completely refined yet. Breakthrough. With a surge, a terrifying power immediately erupted. It swept out in all directions, attacking everything in its path. Cracks appeared around Chunzong as well. These were cracks caused by space being unable to withstand the sudden burst of power. Every single one of them was startling. However, these cracks instantly healed as if they had never appeared. Chunzong retracted his aura, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He had broken through. He had broken through from minor success to major success in his innerverse. His cultivation had skyrocketed, and his sword intent had also begun to increase. Once he completed the breakthrough, his strength would double again. With another double increase in strength, coupled with the might of the ocean-suppressing orb, he would be able to better resist ordinary Lord Gods. Moreover, there was still a small portion of the Lord of God's divinity that had not been completely refined. However, after Chunzong had broken through to major success in his innerverse, his refining speed had also increased. Chapter 3098. The sword light was vast and mighty like a surging river. It was as if the waters of a great river were flowing eastward. Every wave that rose up reflected an image. It was as if a picture scroll had been unfurled. It carried the alternation of the sun and moon, the rotation of the four seasons, and the vicissitudes of life. The sword light was like a mirror that reflected the myriad forms of life. This sword light was the ultimate technique of the ancient swordmaster. It was an extremely powerful attack, and when he used it earlier, he had killed a god lord and heavily injured 2 other god lords. Now he was attacking the space god lord. The Lord of Space's expression did not change. His entire body was still blurry as he was within the distortions of space. It was as if he was separated by layers of space and was difficult to touch. Attack. The Lord of Space attacked again. He blasted out a space-time handprint. This space-time handprint was several times larger than the previous one. The vortex spun wildly and intensely. The moment it appeared, the surrounding space was completely shaken and distorted. It blasted towards the eternal Swordmaster's sword. As it collided, it silently swallowed up the terrifying sword light. The space-time handprint's vortex spun endlessly. It wanted to obliterate the sword light, but it was constantly bombarded by the sword light. It could not stop resisting. The The Lord of Space's moves seemed to be very simple. From the moment he attacked until now, he had only used space-time handprints. However, this space-time handprint was a combination of the Lord of Space's control of the way of space-time. It was a masterpiece that was incomparably profound. It had the ability to attack, defend, trap, and so on. It had endless uses. This space-time handprint was a sublimation from erudite to essence. Within essence was erudite. It could be said to be a model of erudite and profound. At the same time, the Eternal Sword Master's sword technique was superb. It was boundlessly powerful. It was a masterpiece that he had lived for more than 100,000 years. Such a powerful ultimate move had still been swallowed up by the space-time handprint. In the end, it dissipated into nothingness. This scene made the Eternal Sword Master's expression turn grave, but he also became more and more excited. A powerful enemy. The Lord of Space and Time was a truly powerful enemy. He flicked the sword with his finger. The sword hummed in a melodious and forceful manner. It was like the sound of an ancient bell that spread in all directions. It came from the ancient times and branded itself in the void. Lord of Space and Time, have a taste of my sword. The Eternal Sword Master flicked the sword with his finger and suddenly laughed. His laughter shook the heavens and the earth. Then his supreme sword will and shocking sword might condensed in an instant. Together with his cultivation, they poured into the eternal sword. Through the ages, the mundane world, the ancient sword master seemed to be chanting. It was like the melodious sound of the great Tao spreading through the world. It could traverse the ages and linger in the human world. Before he finished chanting, the ancient sword master had already swung his ancient sword. There didn't seem to be any technique to speak of. It looked so simple, like a random scribble. However, there was an indescribable charm to it. It was the charm of returning to simplicity. The charm of the great Tao was condensed to the extreme. When the sword was swung out, it brought with it an incomparable ray of light. This ray of light condensed an indescribable aura of the mortal world, as if it had been tempered in the mortal world for hundreds of lifetimes, and had finally gained enlightenment and transcended. It was like a sparrow transforming into a heavenly phoenix. At first, its power was not obvious, but when it charged towards the Lord of Space and Time, it burst forth with unparalleled sword power. This sword was peerless and unparalleled. It was an unparalleled sword. It was an extremely powerful sword. It was a sword that transcended the way of the sword. It was a sword that swept everything before it. When this sword appeared, it immediately attracted countless gazes. Wherever they looked, it was as if they had been dragged into the mortal world and had experienced all sorts of trials and tribulations. The distortions around the Lord of Space and Time also began to tremble as if they were about to collapse. In the face of such a sword, even a powerful existence like the Lord of Space and Time did not dare to truly take it head-on. However, the Lord of Space and Time still struck out with a space-time handprint. However, after the space-time handprint swallowed up the sword light that seemed to have originated from the mortal world, it was unable to extinguish the astonishing power within. It immediately collapsed, and the sword light once again shot through the air. The Lord of Space and Time was immediately struck by the sword light. The distortions around his body rippled endlessly, resisting the sword light's attack. This distortion was a unique technique of the Lord of Space and Time. It distorted the space-time around his body. While it concealed his body, it also firmly protected him from all external attacks. The eternal secular sword was extremely powerful and terrifying. It bombarded the distortions in space-time, constantly breaking them apart. However, it was very slow. The distortions in space-time seemed to be separated by layers of time and space. No matter how hard the shocking sword light tried, it was unable to touch the Lord of Space and Time's body. In the end, the distortions in space-time were still broken apart by the eternal secular sword. However, the Lord of Space and Time had also used all his strength to block the sword and was not truly struck. The Eternal Sword Master's expression grew increasingly grave. The eternal secular sword was a killing move that he had spent 10,000 years comprehending and perfecting. However, it was actually unable to truly injure the Lord of Space and Time. It was still a little lacking. If it had been just a little stronger, this sword would have been able to injure the Lord of Space and Time. Retreat. However, the Lord of Space and Time retreated in an instant and did not immediately counterattack. In an instant, the Lord of Space and Time flashed and pulled away from the Eternal Swordmaster. They were now tens of thousands of meters apart. To the Lord of Space and Time, traveling through space-time was an ordinary and easy task. The Eternal Swordmaster did not pause at all. Even though he could not travel through space-time, he moved extremely quickly. In a flash, he crossed 10,000 meters and raised his sword. However, the Lord of Space and Time had already achieved his goal. He wanted to pull away so that he could buy a few seconds of time to use his divine technique. Divine techniques were powerful, but they were not easy to use. Even a God Lord level God Fiend expert would need 3 or 4 seconds to prepare a divine technique. During this time, they could not be interrupted, or else they would suffer a backlash. Even a top-class God Fiend expert like the Lord of Space and Time would not be able to use a divine technique in an instant. They would need a little more time to prepare, and that was a single second. A single second seemed to pass by very quickly, but to an expert, a single second could be very long. It was enough time to attack many times, enough time to turn the tide of battle, enough time to reverse life and death. The Lord of Space and Time had grasped this second and used his divine technique. The tyrannical power of time and space erupted, turning into a torrent that flowed endlessly. It was as though it came from an endless place. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. That kind of aura made everyone shiver from afar. They felt as though they were about to fall into an endless abyss and never be reincarnated. If this was the case, even from such a distance, then what about the Eternal Swordmaster, who bore the brunt of this attack? The Eternal Swordmaster bore the brunt of this attack, and his expression turned grim. His body seemed to be affected as well, and his body began to ripple. This was a sign that space-time energy was twisting once more. Banish. The Lord of Space and Time spoke in the language of gods and demons. Instantly, he extended a finger and pointed it at the Swordmaster of ancient times. Terrifying space-time power erupted, transforming into a torrent of space-time that mercilessly surged towards the Swordmaster of ancient times. It was as if the waters of the heavens were pouring into the sea. He couldn't dodge it. The space-time around the Eternal Swordmaster was completely locked down. Even with his shocking sword might, he couldn't dodge it. This was because the space-time of this universe was locked down. Unless you could transcend this universe in an instant, you would be trapped within it. It was like a fish in the sea. No matter what, it couldn't avoid the water unless it left the sea. This universe was like the sea, and the Eternal Swordmaster was like a fish in it. No matter how powerful he was, like a whale or a shark, he was still a fish that existed in this universe. It wasn't impossible to leave the sea and transcend the universe, but it wasn't that simple, especially in a battle like this. The torrent of space-time energy instantly struck the Eternal Swordmaster. The Eternal Swordmaster swung his sword, unleashing a shocking sword light that wanted to destroy the space-time. The space-time energy was boundless, but it was slightly dispersed by the Eternal Swordmaster's attack. However, it was only slightly. Time was supreme, and space was boundless. The Lord of Space and Time used a space-time divine technique to mobilize the space-time energy of this universe into a torrent. This was the might of the universe. Even though the Eternal Swordmaster was extremely powerful, it wasn't enough to contend against the might of the universe, unless the Eternal Swordmaster could break through this universe. However, this was the inner universe. If they were in the outer universe, with the Eternal Swordmaster's shocking strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through a star or a world with a single strike. It was difficult, but the inner universe was much more powerful than the outer universe. Even so, the Eternal Swordmaster continued to swing his sword and slash at the space-time energy in an attempt to escape. The Lord of Space and Time's power poured out like a torrent of waves. It became more and more powerful and shocking. The divine technique also displayed its shocking might. Exile. Space-time divine technique. Space-time exile. Under the impact of the space-time torrent, the Eternal Sword Master's counterattack gradually became powerless. He was drowned and swallowed by the space-time energy. Then, he sank into the endless space-time and disappeared from this universe. As the space-time torrent surged, it gradually shrank as if it had rushed into nothingness. It took the Eternal Sword Master along with it, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. In the end, the space-time torrent vanished, and so did the ancient Sword Master. This scene immediately caused the God Fiends to become extremely excited. However, the humans' expressions changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. Even the powerful Eternal Sword Master had been suppressed and disappeared. In that case, who else in this universe could contend against the Lord of Space and Time? No one, right? Even if there were existences stronger than the Eternal Sword Master, they might not necessarily be a match for the Lord of Space and Time. What should they do? In that instant, the lifeless Sword Master and the other divine ancestors' thoughts spun. They instantly made up their minds. What should they do? Fight or retreat? Fight. How should they fight? The Lord of Space and Time alone was enough to suppress them. Retreat. How should they retreat? Under the attack of a top expert like the Lord of Space and Time, there was no way they could escape. In the end, who knew how many of them would be killed? Perhaps all of them would be killed. Fight. In that instant, the lifeless Sword Master and the divine ancestors' eyes met. They could see the determination in each other's eyes. Fight. They couldn't retreat. They could only fight. Even if they died in the end, they had to die a worthy death. They had to fight against the gods and demons here and weaken the gods and demons as much as possible so that the other experts in the ancient mystic world could better resist the invasion of the gods and demons. The lifeless Sword Master was also prepared to use the lifeless secret sword, even if it meant exhausting his lifespan. Chapter 3099. The lifeless secret sword was the supreme secret sword of the Valley of Lifeless Swords. It was the most tyrannical secret sword. Once it was used, it could unleash one's strength to the extreme, surpassing one's limit, and unleash a blow several times stronger than one's limit. Such a sword could change the outcome of the battle, or even life and death. For example, if there were two great Sage Realm experts with a difference in strength, the weaker one could only resist the attacks of the stronger one. However, if he used the lifeless secret sword, he could defeat or even kill his opponent. This was the terrifying part of the lifeless secret sword. However, there was a great price to pay for using the lifeless secret sword. It was a price that made people despair, and that was lifespan. There were two main reasons for cultivation. Firstly, it was to pursue great power. Secondly, it was to live a long life. The lifeless secret sword consumed one's lifespan as the price. Such a price was difficult to accept, because using the lifeless secret sword once consumed 1,000 years of lifespan. For a great saint, 1,000 years was not very long. After all, the lifespan of a great saint was not less than 100,000 years. However, the consumption of 1,000 years of lifespan of the lifeless secret sword was not a slow consumption, but an instantaneous consumption. It was like a pool that was filled with water, and there was a pipe connected to the outside, allowing the water in the pool to slowly flow out until it ran dry. It was like the natural consumption of lifespan. However, the instantaneous consumption of the lifeless secret sword was equivalent to forcibly opening a crack in the pool, causing the water in the pool to pour out thousands of times more than usual, like a flood that had burst a dam. Perhaps the water that gushed out in that instant was only a small portion compared to the water in the pool, but the main point was the damage done to the pool. Even if the pool was repaired, it was still damaged and could not be repaired to its original state. The analogy of a pool flowing water was very simple, but in fact, it was not accurate enough. It was still unable to truly point out the drawbacks of the lifeless secret sword's consumption of lifespan. It was not only the destruction of the instantaneous consumption, but also a more far-reaching effect, which would affect one's future lifespan and potential. After using the lifeless secret sword, one's lifespan would be consumed faster than usual. One could originally live for 100,000 years, but in the end, one's lifespan would be exhausted after 90,000 years. The more times he used the lifeless secret sword, the more damage it would cause to his body, and the faster his lifespan would be consumed. In the end, he would die even earlier. This was also why the great sword saints who had grasped the lifeless secret sword would not easily use it. The aftereffects were too severe. Although it was not impossible to make up for it, it was simply too difficult. Although the lifeless sword master had improved the lifeless secret sword and reduced the consumption of lifespan, it was still consumed and would affect one's potential. That was why he had been unwilling to use it. But now he had no choice. Only by using the power of the secret lifeless sword would he have any hope of resisting the space and time Holy Lord. Just as the lifeless sword master was about to sacrifice himself and unleash the lifeless secret sword, the space where the ancient sword master had been exiled suddenly rippled. A terrifying sword might seem to leak out from the void, like a ferocious tiger that was about to break free from its cage. It was extremely ferocious and powerful. That sword might was none other than the ancient sword might. It was the shocking sword might of the ancient sword master. Even though he was banished by time and space, he still wanted to break through the boundaries of time and space and return to the present world. The space and time Holy Lord was alarmed by this sight. The space-time distortion around him trembled and rippled. Such a divine technique was actually unable to truly banish the ancient sword master. His strength was truly terrifying. Left with no other choice, the space and time Holy Lord could only release his own strength to stabilize the space-time around him, so that the ancient sword master could not truly break through the boundaries of time and space and return. Otherwise, once he returned, given his supreme strength, it would not be so easy for the space and time Holy Lord to banish him again. Resist. For a moment, the battle was in a stalemate. The ancient sword master wanted to break through the boundaries of time and space and return, but the space and time Holy Lord were unwilling. As a result, the ancient sword master would find it difficult to return, while the space and time Holy Lord would be held back, unable to deal with the others. This was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. The lifeless sword master would no longer need to use his lifespan to use the lifeless secret sword. In this battle, they could resist the attacks of the god demons, as long as no more powerful god lords crossed over. Hope. At this moment, everyone saw hope. Their morale soared in excitement. The god demons were the exact opposite. Their originally high morale had now plummeted. Shenzong could not help but smile. His inner verse had reached completion, and his strength had increased greatly. Now that he was facing another god lord, Shenzong was confident that he would be able to resist them better. With his current cultivation in the inner verse, using the ocean-suppressing orb's power would not only allow him to last 15 minutes, but he would also not be able to last for half an hour. He would be able to last for half an hour, which was equivalent to 40 minutes. With his strength doubled in an hour, the power of his sword techniques would become even more terrifying. As long as he grasped the rhythm well, he would definitely be able to hold back a god lord. He could even cooperate with the sacred ancestor to suppress or even injure a god lord. Moreover, the two god lords were heavily injured. They had been injured by the ancient sword master's ultimate move, so they were not as strong as they had been at their peak. The god lord level divinity was finally refined, and the mixed Yuan heart force nebula vortex in the innerverse had increased to 35 kilometers. 30 kilometers was the pinnacle of the innerverse minor success, and beyond, that was the innerverse great success. Now that it was 35 kilometers, it was naturally the innerverse great success, and it was even stronger than when he had just broken through. Shenzong also felt that the gap between great success and great completion had increased. It did not seem like the mixed Yuan heart force nebula vortex of 40 kilometers was enough to reach the pinnacle of great completion. However, he still had a strand of God, Lord level divinity. If he refined and absorbed it, Would he be able to reach the pinnacle of great completion or even great completion? If his cultivation reached great completion, his strength would multiply again. When that time came, with the ocean-suppressing orb, he should be able to resist a God Lord. Just thinking about it made him excited. Then, he would continue refining. The strand of God Lord level divinity was absorbed by Chunzong into his inner verse, where it transformed into a dragon that roared endlessly. It was as if it wanted to shatter Chunzong's inner verse. However, Great Completion's inner verse was much larger than Minor Completion's inner verse. It was also much more stable and difficult to shake. Originally, Minor Completion's inner verse had been ravaged by the God, Lord level divinity and had been in constant turmoil. Although it was still trembling now, it had completely withstood it. This strand of God Lord level divinity was also being rapidly refined and absorbed by mixed Yuan Heart Force Nebula Vortex, causing it to rotate and expand once again. It expanded to 34 kilometers, and his cultivation increased at an astonishing rate. His strength also continued to increase. The fiend gods, however, were unable to retreat. This was because the god of space was suppressing the eternal swordmaster and preventing him from returning. As such, the god of space could not deal with the other cultivators. The other two god lords were also heavily injured, and their strength was not at their peak. This was a good opportunity. The lifeless swordmaster and the divine ancestor exchanged glances. Immediately, the lifeless swordmaster's sword pierced through the air towards the god of space, while the divine ancestor charged directly towards the other two god lords. He wanted to use his own strength to hold them back so that they could not reinforce the god of space. This way, the god of space would have to face the lifeless swordmaster's attacks. In terms of strength, the lifeless swordmaster was no match for the god of space, but at this moment, the god of space had to suppress the eternal swordmaster. It would be difficult for him to deal with the lifeless swordmaster's attacks, let alone take the initiative to deal with the lifeless swordmaster. As long as the eternal swordmaster could return, his strength would be enough to resist the god of space. At that time, the divine ancestor and Xianyuan divine ancestor would join forces to fight against the other two god lords. They would definitely be able to hold back the top fighting forces of the gods and demons. On the human side, there was still the peerless sword saint. A single sword attack had slain more than 10 gods and demons, and had even successfully killed a weakened god lord. Such a battle record was extremely shocking, and such a battle prowess was also very frightening. As long as one was not at the god lord level, they would probably not be a match for the peerless sword saint. He could single-handedly suppress a group of righteous gods and even spiritual gods. In this way, they could win this battle. As long as they could repel the gods and demons' invasion this time, it would be even more difficult for them to invade next time. Divine Ancestor, Xianyuan Divine Ancestor, was fighting against two god lords alone. These two god lords had been injured by the Eternal Swordmaster, and their injuries were not light. Even with their powerful god and demon bodies and astonishing recovery speed, they would not be able to recover quickly. This was because the sword chi of the Eternal Swordmaster was just too powerful, surpassing their level. Their injuries could not be healed, and they could not use their full strength. Clearly restricted, they were immediately held back by Divine Ancestor, Xianyuan Divine Ancestor. Divine Ancestor, Xianyuan Divine Ancestor did not need to kill them. All he needed to do was hold them back, so that the lifeless Swordmaster could attack the God of Space without interference and rescue the Eternal Swordmaster. In the face of the lifeless Swordmaster's attacks, the space-time around the God of Space was still distorted. While suppressing the Eternal Swordmaster and preventing him from returning, he also struck out with a space-time handprint to block the lifeless Swordmaster's attacks. For a moment, he actually managed to block them. The God of Space was truly terrifying. Little did they know that if the God of Space was in the God and demon world, he would be even stronger, at least several times stronger than he was now. It was already shocking enough for a top-notch god to have 10% more power, let alone 20 to 30%. The reason for this was because the ancient mystic world was different from the god and demon world. the ancient mystic world would more or less affect the gods and demons, forming an invisible suppression. Unless one truly took root in the ancient mystic world, such as developing faith to a certain extent, one would be able to use their full strength in the ancient mystic world without being affected. It was also because of this that the battle could be delayed until the Eternal Swordmaster arrived. Otherwise, if the gods and demons who had crossed over to the ancient mystic world unleashed their full strength, the humans would have been defeated long ago. The battle erupted once again. Chunzong continued to refine the Lord God-level divinity, causing his cultivation to rise continuously as he brandished his sword and attacked. His innerverse had reached the large success stage and was able to withstand the Lord God-level divinity's rampage, allowing him to refine it better. Chunzong could then join the battle. Although he could not use his full cultivation, he could use 50% of it. The strength that he could unleash with this 50% of his cultivation was even more tyrannical than when he had reached the small success stage in the innerverse. It was enough to deal with true gods and even spirit gods. Chapter 3100. Sword light streaked across the sky, sweeping in all directions. Every strike contained extreme power and was unparalleled. Chunzong continuously used the single-hearted sword technique. He and his sword fought in all directions, forcing the gods and demons to retreat. He was invincible. Without a divine master, the spiritual gods and demons could not do anything to Chunzong. At most, they were evenly matched with Chunzong, who did not use the Sea-suppressing pearl. However, if Chunzong used the Sea-suppressing pearl to release the Sea-suppressing domain, the spiritual gods would not be a match for Chunzong. They would be suppressed or even killed. He killed, absorbed, and stored the Divine Master because the innerverse was still refining the Divine Master's Divine Master. The Lifeless Sword Master kept attacking, using the Lifeless Sword Valley's sword technique of no return to its peak. This was an extreme sword technique, one that was purely for killing. This sword technique was very fierce to others, and it was also very fierce to the user. It would not return to its scabbard without seeing blood. If it was forcefully returned to its scabbard, it would have to see one's own blood. Otherwise, the sword technique would be impure, and the way of the sword would be affected. If the way of the sword was impure and impure, it would be like a rusted sword that would eventually become scrap metal. Xianyuan Divine Ancestor fought 1 against 2, using all his strength. He did not hope to injure or kill the 2 Divine Masters. He only needed to hold them back so that they could not reinforce the Divine Master of Space. This battle had started when the gods and demons crossed over, and there was finally a clear turn for the better. The cultivators began to gain the upper hand, and they were no longer struggling and suffering heavy casualties like before. Based on the current situation, if the gods and demons did not send any more Divine Masters as reinforcements, then the cultivators would win this battle. There were many Divine Master-level experts in the divinity and demon world. However, the invasion this time was not the entire divinity and demon world. Only a portion of the divinity and demon world's divine lineage had invaded. It could not even be considered a complete divine lineage. In addition, some experts had to be left behind to deal with the experts from other divine lineages. They could not mobilize all their forces. Otherwise, the cultivator's defensive line would have been destroyed long ago, and not a single one would have escaped. On top of that, when gods and demons first arrived in the ancient mystic world, they would more or less be suppressed by the great Tao of the ancient mystic world, causing them to be unable to unleash their full strength. This small difference in strength would directly reduce their strength, making it impossible for them to truly suppress cultivators. In addition to Chunzong and the ancient sword master's arrival, the gods and demons were retreating in this battle. Now, the fiend god side had already lost 2 divine masters and a group of spiritual gods and righteous gods. Their losses could be said to be heavy. Lifeless. The lifeless sword master continued to unleash the sword of no return. Streaks of life-reaping sword light streaked across the sky, covering the heavens as they attacked the divine lord of time and space. However, The divine Lord of Time and Space performed a space-time handprint with one hand, creating space-time vortexes that continuously devoured the attacks of the Sword of No Return. In the end, the lifeless Sword Master paused. His long sword pointed to the sky, and his eyes shone with an unparalleled radiance. His vigorous vitality fluctuated like a tsunami. That vitality transformed into a deathly stillness in an instant. It was a deathly stillness that robbed all life. Secret Sword Lifeless. After being modified by the lifeless Sword Master, the consumption of lifespan was reduced from 1,000 years to 500 years. The impact on one's potential was also reduced. Not only was its power not weakened, but it was even stronger. Furthermore, the lifeless secret sword was no longer restricted by 1,000 years of lifespan. The lower limit was 500 years, while the upper limit was 3,000 years. What did this mean? It meant that the power of the lifeless secret sword had increased exponentially. For example, if you consumed 1,000 years of lifespan to use the lifeless secret sword 3 times in a row, there was a huge difference between using 3,000 years of lifespan to use the lifeless sword. It was like 3 stones weighing 100 kilograms and 1 stone weighing 300 kilograms. If one was hit by the stone weighing 100 kilograms, even if they were hit consecutively, they might be injured. However, if they were hit by the stone weighing 300 kilograms directly, they would die instantly. In order to succeed in one strike, the lifeless sword master had used up 3,000 years of lifespan. Even for a divine ancestor, losing 3,000 years of lifespan in an instant wasn't a small matter. The hair on the lifeless sword master's temples turned white in an instant, and it gradually spread. A look of unconcealable exhaustion flashed across his eyes. The lifeless secret sword of 3,000 years of lifespan. When this sword slashed out, the sun and moon filled the sky. The sword light was incomparably pale, and the aura of death was extremely dense. It charged directly at the Lord of Space and Time, cutting through the sky. The Lord of Space and Time struck out again. A space-time handprint spun like a shield, blocking the lifeless secret sword. As it spun, it slowly eroded and devoured the terrifying power of the lifeless secret sword, destroying it. However, the lifeless secret sword of 3,000 years of lifespan was extremely powerful, and it posed a great threat to the Lord of Space and Time. The space-time handprint whirlpool was instantly destroyed, and the sword slashed through the air, striking the space-time distortion force field around the Lord of Space and Time. The defensive power of this force field was extremely shocking. Previously, only the ancient sword master's eternal secular sword had been able to break it. But now, under the lifeless sword master's 3,000 years of lifespan, the lifeless secret sword of 3,000 years of lifespan, layer by layer, was instantly broken through. The Lord of Space had no choice but to use his own strength to strengthen the space-time distortion force field. In this way, the power to suppress the ancient sword master's return was somewhat insufficient. The sword might erupted, and the ancient sword master seemed to sense the change in the Lord of Space and Time. He immediately increased his strength, wanting to break through the realm and return. This was the lifeless sword master's goal. What should he choose? The Lord of Space and Time was strong, but he was not strong enough to suppress the ancient sword master and the lifeless sword master by himself. This was especially so after the lifeless sword master had used the lifeless secret sword of 3,000 years of lifespan without regard for his own injuries. It was extremely terrifying. Of course, if this were the god and demon world, he would probably be able to do it. Unfortunately, this was the ancient mystic world. The difference in strength was very, very large. Making a prompt decision, the Lord of Space and Time immediately gave up on suppressing the ancient sword master and used all his strength to destroy the deathly pale sword light of the lifeless secret sword. Then he exploded, and the space-time distortion force field around him spun violently. The Lord of Space and Time rapidly shrank to a point and then disappeared. Space-time travel. The Lord of Space and Time had directly used space-time travel to escape. No one knew where he had gone. At the same time, The two god lords that had been held back by divine ancestor Xianyuan also exploded with power, charging toward the gate of gods and demons. They were extremely decisive, and divine ancestor Xuanyuan's goal was to prevent them from assisting the Lord of Space. Thus, when the two god lords fled toward the gate of gods and demons, divine ancestor Xianyuan did not have time to stop them. Retreat. The two injured god lords fled into the gate of gods and demons. No one pursued them, nor could they pursue them. Otherwise, they would enter the god and demon world and be suppressed and then killed. The remaining god and demon powerhouses were unable to escape. Most of them died to Qinzong's sword. There was a boom, as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart. A hole dozens of meters wide appeared in the sky, constantly spewing out an astonishing aura. This aura was filled with destruction, a destruction that could destroy everything. Then, a shocking sword might erupted like an ancient volcano as a figure broke through the barrier. The ancient sword master had returned. However, the ancient sword master's hair was disheveled, and his sword robe was tattered. His body was covered in wounds, and his aura was in disarray. Even so, the sword will seem to be even more tyrannical and astonishing. His eyes flashed with an ancient cold light, but he could not find his target. The Lord of Space and Time had fled. But where had the Lord of Space and Time gone? Had he returned to the god and demon world? It seemed that he had not. At least, according to the lifeless sword master's senses, the Lord of Space and Time had not returned to the god and demon world. Instead, he had remained in the ancient mystic world. This was definitely not good news. A Lord of Space, especially a top Lord of Space and Time, had remained in the ancient mystic world. His whereabouts were unknown, and he had hidden himself temporarily. This was extremely frightening. Moreover, against an ordinary divine ancestor, his strength would completely suppress them. He would be able to end a battle in a short period of time. Disregarding everything else, just the space-time banishment divine technique alone was enough to send anyone below the ancient sword master's level of strength into the ancient mystic world. They would not be able to resist it at all. They would be directly banished from this world, and it would be difficult for them to return. The Lord of Space and Time, who had such unfathomable means, remained in the ancient mystic world. This was a great disadvantage and threat. The ancient sword master, lifeless sword master, divine ancestor Xianyuan, and the others all looked grave. Even if the ancient sword master had the strength to contend with the Lord of Space and Time, it was useless if they could not find him. The ancient mystic world was huge. The Lord of Space and Time also had the ability to travel through space. If he wanted to leave, the ancient sword master would not be able to do anything to him. This was a big problem. The good news was that the gods and demons had suffered heavy losses this time. Dozens of righteous gods and spiritual gods had died, as well as 2 divine lords. However, the cultivators had also suffered heavy losses. Several pristine saints had died, and 1 great saint had fallen. For the gods and demons, this was a very small loss. It was also because of Qinzong's timely arrival. With the help of the sea-suppressing pearl's powerful might, he had continuously suppressed and killed the righteous gods and spiritual gods. This had greatly reduced the pressure on the cultivators. In the end, he had even taken advantage of the ancient sword master's arrival to kill a weakened divine lord. This had completely shocked the gods and demons. Otherwise, the cultivators' losses would not have been this small. Although there were losses, the gains were not small. After this battle, there would be some quasi-saints who would have the opportunity to break through again and attempt to break through to the sacred level. They might even succeed. After all, they had obtained some demigod divinity and so on. These would allow them to have the possibility of breaking through to the sacred level again. Now that they had won this battle, they needed to rest and reorganize. In addition, the formation outside the gate of the gods and demons had to be rearranged and further reinforced. Twice, the gods and demons had used different methods to break the formation, allowing the gods and demons to cross over. The first time, they did it unknowingly. The second time, they attacked forcefully. What about the third time? If there's a third time, then the gods and demons would definitely be more prepared. When they crossed over again, it would not be so simple. No, it was certain that there would definitely be a third time. It was just that no one knew when. Especially now that the Lord of Space and Time was hiding in the ancient mystic world. From now on, I will stand guard here, the ancient swordmaster said, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. Chapter 3101. After the battle, the array masters were once again called over. Large amounts of precious materials were also transported from various places to build a great array that would seal off the door of the gods and demons. No matter how it was built, it could only block a few attacks from divine ancestors at most. Even if the gods and demons used special methods to condense fiendish, cheat demon gods, the damage to the array would be more obvious and could break it. But no matter what, it could still hold on for a period of time. In addition to the array sealing off the door of the gods and demons, there was also a need for experts to stand guard here. It was most suitable for experts to cooperate with the array. The first time, it was guarded by a sword saint and 4 secondary saints. The second time, it was guarded by a great sword saint and 3 sword saints. This was the third time, it was guarded by a sword master and 2 great saints. This sword master was one of the top 3 in the ancient mystic world, the number 1 sword cultivator, the eternal sword master. Ordinary sword masters and divine ancestors could not compare to him. Even if the space god lord came, he would not be able to break the array in a short time and allow the gods and demons world to invade again. After all, the eternal sword master was so strong that he could contend against the space god lord. As long as the eternal sword master stood guard here, there would be at least 1 sword master level expert from the 10,000 sword ancient domain who could rush over as quickly as possible. No, with the importance of the gods and demons world now, at least 2 sword master level experts could come over as reinforcements in a short time. Such a lineup was enough to withstand the gods and demons world attack. Moreover, Tai Xian would also provide reinforcements in the shortest time possible. After the battle, Chunzong did not leave immediately. Instead, he stayed behind. Why did Chunzong stay behind? It was very simple. He wanted to consult the Eternal Sword Master on the way of the sword. The Eternal Sword Master's way of the sword was truly unfathomable. Chunzong was extremely shocked. It had completely surpassed his current self. Chunzong was not belittling himself. It was the truth. In terms of time spent cultivating the way of the sword, he was far behind the Eternal Sword Master. Moreover, the Eternal Sword Master himself was a genius of the way of the sword. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate to his current level. Such a senior expert, a pioneer on the path of the sword, had far surpassed him. He was worthy of him asking for advice, even as a junior sword cultivator. Faced with Chunzong's request for guidance, the Eternal Sword Sovereign was very welcoming and did not put on airs at all. But did the Eternal Sword Master really not put on airs at all? He was the Eternal Sword Master, the number 1 master of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, the number 1 master of the 10,000 Swords Ancient Domain, the number 1 sword cultivator of the Ancient Profound World, and the number 3 master of the Ancient Profound World's land region. Such an existence was so high and mighty that it was difficult to even meet him, let alone ask him for advice. Even if they could see it, they wouldn't be able to ask for guidance. Not just anyone could enter the eyes of an existence like the Eternal Sword Master and make him look directly at them. But Chunzong could. Chunzong had single-handedly turned the tide and even killed the Divine Lord. Even if the Divine Lord was weakened because he had used all his strength to cast the Divine Technique, he was still a Divine Lord. He was not someone a great sage could kill, but Chunzong had done it. This scene made the Eternal Sword Master think highly of Chunzong. Of course, the Eternal Sword Master was very willing to come in contact with such a genius of the way of the sword and guide him, especially when the god and demon world was eyeing them covetously. An additional master was an additional layer of protection. Yun Yinxin was Chunzong's Dao companion, so she naturally stayed behind and was fortunate enough to listen. Although her foundation in the way of the sword was not enough to understand the exchange between Chunzong and the Eternal Sword Master, she could listen to some of it and leave an impression so that she could comprehend it well. The Eternal Sword Master didn't hold back at all when talking to Chunzong. He kept talking about his understanding of the way of the sword, and Chunzong was like a dry sponge, constantly absorbing and enriching himself. Although there was a clear gap between himself and the Eternal Sword Master in terms of realm, Chunzong's foundation in the way of the sword was extremely solid. He walked the path of the all swords, which was broad and profound. As a result, Chunzong could understand the Sword Master's understanding of the way of the sword. Even if he couldn't understand it immediately, he could remember and comprehend it later. Chunzong's excellent performance made the Eternal Sword Master even more satisfied. Moreover, Chunzong's research and understanding of the way of the sword was also an eye-opener for the Eternal Sword Master. He felt touched. After cultivating to the level of the ancient Sword Master, it was actually very difficult to advance any further. It was equivalent to walking to the end. If one wanted to advance further, they would need hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years as a foundation. Only then would it be possible to slowly comprehend it. But now, when he was talking to Chunzong about the way of the sword, some of Chunzong's insights had actually touched the Sword Master. He felt like he had been in seclusion for thousands of years. This made the Sword Master value Chunzong even more. I have experienced 100,000 years. Using the sword technique of the 10,000 Swords Mountain as a foundation and combining it with my own way of the sword, I created a way of the sword that is most suitable for me. I named it Way of the Sword. The Sword Master's eyes were deep and reserved, as if they were filled with endless vicissitudes of life. His voice had an indescribable majestic aura, as if it came from an ancient time and space. With that, the Sword Master immediately stood up and unsheathed his sword. He demonstrated the way of the sword in front of Chunzong and Yunyunshin. This sword technique was the essence of the ancient Sword Master's lifetime of sword techniques. In terms of level, it was not inferior to a supreme secret technique like the Stellar Sword Palace's prodigious Stellar Thousand Layers sword technique. Especially when it was performed by the ancient Sword Master, it was even more terrifying. This way of the sword was regarded as a supreme way of the sword. It would not be easily passed down. But now, the Sword Master had directly imparted it to Chunzong. Even Yunyunshin was lucky enough to witness it. How broad-minded! The Sword Master demonstrated the way of the sword without using any cultivation or sword intent. It was just a very pure way of the sword. Only a direct and pure way of the sword could better demonstrate the profoundness of the way of the sword, allowing Chunzong to see it more clearly. Regarding this, Chunzong hid his gratitude deep in his heart. As the Sword Master demonstrated the way of the sword light returned to its original simplicity, as if it had descended from an ancient time and space. It brought with it an indescribable and endless vicissitudes of life. The sword light was like a picture scroll demonstrating the changes of dynasties, the various forms of life, and the cycle of life and death. It was as if it could see the evolution of all life from birth to death, from old age to sickness and death. Chunzong could not help but exclaim in amazement and shock. That swordsmanship actually deduced the rise and fall of heaven and earth and the reincarnation of all living beings. It spread out the charm of the mortal world, as if it was reopening heaven and earth. It directly impacted Chunzong's mind. In the inner universe, there seemed to be waves of indescribable aura that were vast and endless. Chunzong had inherited the Stellar Sword Palace's prodigious stellar sword art. It was a supreme secret technique that wasn't inferior to the eternal sword art. However, Chunzong had only reached the 5th level of the prodigious stellar sword art. However, the Eternal Sword Master's mastery of the eternal sword art far exceeded that. Even the Stellar Sword Master's mastery of the prodigious stellar sword art far exceeded that. It couldn't be compared to him. Moreover, the eternal sword art was created by the Eternal Sword Master himself. Self-created sword arts were usually more thorough. Chunzong was touched by the eternal sword art. It could not be described with words. It was beyond the cage of swordsmanship and rose to a whole new level, as if it was alive. If this swordsmanship was further improved, it would really come alive, as if it was endowed with spirituality and life. Amazement. Chunzong was extremely amazed from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he felt that if he could comprehend and master this eternal sword art, it would be of great benefit to him. It would be indescribable benefit. Of course, he had just seen it and had not gained much from it. With such a superb swordsmanship, Chunzong could understand and remember it with his swordsmanship foundation, but he still needed to spend a lot of time to comprehend it. However, Chunzong still understood part of it. The eternal sword art had the appearance of a mortal world that deduced the changes of dynasties and the changes of all living beings. However, that was only a part of it, or rather, half of it. It was not the complete eternal sword art because it was a kind of aura, a kind of atmosphere, and a kind of realm. The realm was the realm, and the power was the power. The two were related, but could not be confused. The boundless secular world was the realm of the eternal sword technique, and the power that arose was the power of the eternal sword strike. It was as if the secular world had been transformed into an incomparably vigorous power that shook the heavens and earth. It was refined into the sword and transformed into a tyrannical attack. Every sword strike was like a huge and ancient sword mountain that carried an entire world charging through the air. It was extremely ferocious, but it was not just ferocious. Instead, it was a ferociousness that came from an extremely high realm. His control and application of power had reached an astonishing level. Exquisite and meticulous was not enough to describe it. How lucky was he to be able to witness such a swordsmanship with his own eyes and comprehend it to his heart's content. After the Eternal Sword Master finished deducing the Eternal Sword Art, Chunzong saluted him with his sword to express his gratitude. "Senior, I created the single-hearted sword art. Please give me some pointers," Chunzong said. Although it was said that he was giving pointers, Chunzong actually wanted to return the favor. Although the single-hearted sword art was not as good as the eternal sword art of the Eternal Sword Master, in terms of potential, it was not inferior at all. Moreover, it contained the essence of countless superb swordsmanships. By combining them with superb and exquisite methods and completely integrating them into the single-hearted sword art, it created the single-hearted sword art's superb level. The single-hearted sword art contained its essence. Chunzong hoped that he could give the Eternal Sword Master something in return. Like the Eternal Sword Master, Chunzong only displayed the single-hearted sword art. He did not integrate his cultivation, sword will, and so on. In this way, it was more intuitive. The Eternal Sword Master watched and nodded from time to time. From his point of view, the single-hearted sword art was indeed not as superb as the Eternal Sword Art. However, the atmosphere within it was extraordinary. It was self-contained and was equivalent to opening up a brand new path. It was indeed extraordinary. When Chunzong finished deducing the single-hearted sword art, the Eternal Sword Master did not say anything. Instead, he looked like he was deep in thought. This was because he had gained some inspiration from Chunzong's single-hearted sword art. Although it was not much, this little bit of inspiration was like an opportunity that made the Eternal Sword Master ponder deeply. His contemplation lasted for a few days and nights. Chunzong and Yun Yinxin did not idle around. As they comprehended the mysteries of the Eternal Sword Art, they also refined the divinity that they had obtained in this battle. Chapter 3102. At the Gate of the Gods and Demons, a group of formation grandmasters worked together to construct new formations to seal the Gate of the Gods and Demons, preventing the gods and demons from crossing over again. This time, the ancient sword master and two supreme mysterious realm great saints were guarding the gate. In addition, there was the unparalleled sword saint, whose sword aura filled the sky. The gate was impregnable. In a short period of time, the two sword masters could provide reinforcements. Even if a few divine masters came, the gate would be able to resist. As the formation grandmasters constructed the formations, the ancient sword master, Chunzong, and the others cultivated in a temporary cave residence not far away. Suddenly, a shocking sword aura erupted and soared into the sky. Countless figures appeared in the sword light. They were in a myriad of forms, and the cycle of life and death seemed to be deducing a brilliant world, but also a scene of desolation. All the mysteries of the mortal world were revealed and became clearer. The sword aura spread across the sky and suppressed all directions, directly impacting thousands of miles of heaven and earth. The shocking sword aura didn't last for long. It only lasted for about 3 breaths before it rapidly weakened, faded, and finally disappeared. However, the earth-shattering aura remained in the world and didn't dissipate for a long time. That scene was like a brand that was engraved in everyone's heart and would never be extinguished. Ah, thank you for demonstrating the sword technique. The ancient sword master laughed and saluted Qinzong with his sword, which shocked Qinzong. When it came to the sword Dao, the ancient sword master was a forerunner compared to him, while he was a junior. When he saluted the ancient sword master, it was the salute of a junior. However, the ancient sword master didn't need to do so. Only a sacred ancestor of the same level as the ancient sword master was worthy of the ancient sword master's salute. It could even be said that for a top sword master like the ancient sword master, even an ordinary divine ancestor wasn't qualified. But now, the ancient sword master saluted Qinzong with his sword, which shocked Qinzong. However, the eternal sword sovereign was very natural. Because of his exchange of swordsmanship with Qinzong, he had been enlightened and found an opportunity. In an instant, he had gained enlightenment. After several days and nights of contemplation, he had surpassed 1,000 years of seclusion. His eternal sword Dao had improved a little from its original foundation, and his strength had also increased a little. An existence like the ancient sword master was extremely powerful, and it was obvious that he had improved a little. Therefore, he regarded Qinzong as an equal. After the exchange of sword techniques, they sparred with each other using the ancient sword technique and the single sword technique to verify the mysteries of each other's sword techniques. During the first clash, Qinzong found it difficult to take the initiative and was forced into a passive position. He constantly defended against the ancient sword master's attacks. He felt that every strike was imbued with terrifying might. The second time, the third time, the fourth time, time after time, they clashed continuously. The more time passed, the more Qinzong could withstand the ancient sword sovereign's pure sword attacks. By the 10th time, he could already counterattack. However, he still couldn't defeat the ancient sword sovereign. Although Qinzong was improving, the ancient sword sovereign wasn't standing still either. The two of them fought almost once a day, and each time they fought, they were improving. In the 100th time, as the two figures crossed each other, sword light flashed in all directions. One sword light showed the myriad forms of life, and the other sword light showed the essence and purity of all things. They attacked each other endlessly, and each time they collided, countless sword power surged out. Even pristine saints didn't dare to step into a radius of a few hundred meters. This was the sword technique between the ancient sword master and Qinzong. It was a pure confrontation of sword techniques. At this point, Qinzong could finally contend with the ancient sword master to a certain extent, but he was still a little short of being evenly matched with the ancient sword master. It was just that he had reached his limit. He really had reached his limit, and it would be difficult for him to improve in a short period of time. As such, Qinzong proposed to leave. This time, he would go to the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Qinzong also asked the ancient sword master to take a look. After the ancient sword master took a look, he said that he couldn't remove the seal on Yu Nianxin's memory because the seal was related to Yu Nianxin's bloodline. If he were to remove it, it would damage Yu Nianxin's bloodline. Now, he could only go to the ancient Phoenix Mountain and ask the ancient Phoenix Patriarch to do it. As for why he wanted to go now, it was because Qinzong's strength had increased. Although he hadn't reached the complete innerverse, after refining 2 Master God-level divinities and several Spirit God-level divinities, his chaotic Origin Heart Force Nebula Vortex had increased to a radius of 40 miles. His cultivation had become even more tyrannical, and after hundreds of days of exchange and confrontation with the ancient sword master, not only had his sword techniques improved to a new level, but his sword intent had also been pushed to a terrifying level. With his current strength and the might of the ocean-suppressing orb, Qinzong was 100% confident that he could fight against a divine ancestor. If the Tianfeng divine ancestor came again, Chunzong was also confident that he could fight him head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Of course, without the ocean-suppressing orb, his strength was still a little lacking compared to a divine ancestor. However, he could be said to be at the peak of the great saint realm, and he was invincible. If his cultivation increased to the complete inner-verse realm, Chunzong believed that even without the ocean-suppressing orb, he would be able to fight against an ordinary divine ancestor. At most, he would be at a slight disadvantage. Unfortunately, Chunzong felt that if he wanted to increase his cultivation to the complete inner-verse realm, he would need to increase his chaotic origin heart force nebula vortex to 50 miles. 10 miles was the peak of the entry stage, 20 miles was the peak of the minor success stage, and 30 miles was the peak of the great success stage. However, the complete inner-verse realm required 50 miles, which directly increased by 20 miles. Not only that, but the complete inner-verse realm required 20 miles as it expanded outwards. The true depth of 20 miles from the peak of the great success stage to the complete inner-verse realm was probably more than 10 times that of the entry stage. This meant that the further one went, the harder it would be to increase it. However, at the same time, the increase in Chunzong's chaotic origin heart force nebula vortex by 1 mile would increase his strength significantly and astonishingly. Powerful strength gave Chunzong greater confidence, and he believed that he already had the strength to face the ancient Phoenix Patriarch. As for Yunyuan, she had also refined a lot of God's divinity. Now, her cultivation had reached the peak of the pristine saint realm, and she was only a step away from the great saint realm. This step could not be increased by refining divinity. It was a checkpoint, a bottleneck, and a shackle. It was to comprehend and condense the great path domain. Chunzong could not provide any help to Yunyuan at this step. She could only rely on herself to comprehend. In this way, she might find an opportunity to comprehend and successfully break through in a short period of time. However, it might also take a long time. In short, nothing was certain. However, although he could not directly provide help, there were still some methods that he could try to help Yunyuan find an opportunity to break through. For example, he could go to the ancient Phoenix Mountain now and ask the ancient Phoenix Patriarch to lift the seal on Yunyuan's memory. Maybe when the seal was lifted, Yunyuan could find an opportunity to comprehend and break through. Although he could not guarantee a 100% success rate, it was still worth a try. The seal on her memory had to be lifted sooner or later. With the increase in his cultivation, Chunzong's speed had also become faster. He flew out of the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain and headed for the Ancient Phoenix Domain. As for the Divine Lord of Time and Space, he did not know where he had gone. There was no way to find him. If a top-class god lord like him wanted to go into hiding, not even an existence like the ancient Sword Master could do anything about it. But this did not mean that they had given up. The threat posed by the Lord of Space and Time was far too great. It wasn't just the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain that was operating. The other domains were doing the same, all of them doing everything they could to find the whereabouts of the God Fiends, whether it was the Lord of Space and Time or any other God Fiend. As long as they found the whereabouts of the Divine Lord and reported it to the strongholds built by the various Holy Lands, they would be able to obtain great rewards. Even those who were not from the Holy Lands could become disciples of the Holy Lands and enjoy the inheritance and resources of the Holy Lands. Benefits moved people's hearts. In the face of such great benefits, who would not be tempted? The ancient sealed world's land territory was also in an uproar. In such an atmosphere, Chunzong also stepped into the ancient Phoenix Domain with Yunyuan. They did not stop at all and flew directly to ancient Phoenix Mountain. Ancient Phoenix Mountain was the ruler of the ancient Phoenix Domain. It was a holy land with a divine ancestor-level ancient Phoenix ancestor overseeing it. It also had the Golden Phoenix Great Sage, as well as several little saints. In addition, there were also some quasi-saints. There were also many Heaven Realm extreme realms. To many forces that were not from the Holy Lands, it was an extremely terrifying existence. Two sword lights cut across the sky at an extremely fast speed. They seemed to surpass everything as they rushed towards ancient Phoenix Mountain. They paused outside the ancient Phoenix Mountain. In that instant, they stopped outside the ancient Phoenix Mountain. It was as if they had violated some rules. There was no inertia or force. It was so natural. Subsequently, Chunzong spread out the sword power. It was as if an invisible storm, an invisible tide, rushed directly into the ancient Phoenix Mountain. It alarmed the ancient Phoenix Mountain's mountain guarding array. It immediately trembled, as if it was vaguely activated. Suddenly, there were strands of red light that were like lanterns being lit. They bloomed. As the flames spread, they quickly outlined in the void, forming a phantom. The phantom of a flaming phoenix. The phantom of the flaming phoenix was a little blurry, but it was at least a few thousand meters in size. It stood in the sky above the ancient Phoenix Mountain. As its wings flapped slightly, it burst out with an extremely strong and tyrannical aura. It seemed to be able to incinerate everything in the world. This is the ancient Phoenix Mountain's crimson flame, heavenly phoenix, void-burning array. Union Shin said. She was the goddess of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. She knew everything about the ancient Phoenix Mountain like the back of her hand. This great formation is the ancient Phoenix Mountain's mountain guarding array. When it is fully activated, it has the battle strength of a great saint. A great saint-level formation was almost the top formation in the ancient mysterious world. Of course, the mountain guarding array of a holy land, like the 10,000 Sword Mountain, would be stronger. It could barely resist a divine ancestor-level formation. It was a level higher than the ancient Phoenix Mountain's crimson, flame, heavenly phoenix, void-burning array. Great saint level, huh? Chunzong's lips curled into a playful smile. Such a formation was indeed very strong. However, it was impossible for it to stop him now. It would only take a few swords to break it. Moreover, it was only in a half-activated state now. Burst! The sword power became more and more tyrannical. Chunzong's sword will soared into the sky. It was as if an invisible giant sword rushed out from the sky with earth-shattering sword power. It directly blasted towards the crimson flame, heavenly phoenix, void-burning array that was thousands of meters in size. That was the crimson flame, heavenly phoenix, void-burning array. Chapter 3103. The frightening power of the sword swept across the sky, as if a giant sword was tearing through the heavens. The sword swept across 100 miles, crushing mountains and breaking oceans. The impact caused the crimson phoenix to solidify. Its aura grew exponentially, and as it flapped its wings, it unleashed a frightening power that swept in all directions. This was the sign that the crimson phoenix void incineration formation was operating at full power. It was enough to fight against a great sage. Even a normal great sage would find it difficult to gain the upper hand against the crimson phoenix. An incomparably high-pitched screech rang out. Sound waves blasted out in all directions, as if everything was about to explode. It was extremely frightening. The entire ancient Phoenix Mountain was shaken. What's going on? Why is the protective mountain formation operating at full power? This crimson flame phoenix void incineration array was usually in a half-activated state, but it had some special mechanisms. Once it encountered a tyrannical power impact, it would react at the first moment. It would directly upgrade from a half-activated state to a fully activated state, and its power would explode to the extreme to resist the invasion of a strong enemy. The Crimson Phoenix Void Incineration Formation was very outstanding compared to the protective mountain formations of other Holy Lands. Only a few Holy Lands' protective mountain formations could surpass it. Now that it had reached its maximum power and the Crimson Phoenix solidified, all signs pointed to the fact that a strong enemy was attacking. Who was it? Who was so daring as to attack the ancient Phoenix Mountain? The frightening power of the sword was blocked by the protective mountain formation. Hence, the people of the ancient Phoenix Mountain did not feel it. A ray of golden fire shot up into the sky from the depths of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. It transformed into a huge golden firebird and pierced through the sky. It appeared at the protective mountain formation and stood side by side with the Crimson Phoenix. Although it was not as big as the Crimson Phoenix, its aura was not too far off. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage's face was filled with anger. His eyes shone with a frightening light and an indescribable heat. It was as if it could burn everything into ashes. However, when the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage's eyes landed on the two figures that stood upright like swords, his expression changed. How could it be him? Peerless Sword, Saint Chunzong. In the Vermilion Bird Holy Ground, Qin Wentian's towering sword might suppress the Vermilion Bird Holy Ground, forcing the holy leader of the Vermilion Bird Holy Ground to unleash his full strength. Even after using the Vermilion Bird Holy Ground's inheritance treasure, the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flames, he still couldn't do anything to Qin Wentian. Then, an unfamiliar divine ancestor came to Chunzong and attacked Chunzong. Chunzong was actually able to fight back, showing his terrifying strength. Although he was defeated in the end, the Star Sword Palace's Star Sword Master had personally stepped forward with his sword in hand. He had defeated the unfamiliar divine ancestor and saved Chunzong. It was obvious that the Star Sword Palace valued Chunzong very much. He was no longer alone. Ancient Phoenix Mountain had no choice but to take this matter seriously. Even the Vermilion Bird Holy Land had no intention of retaliating. When the lifeless sword saint took the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden away, the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage knew that they would come to the ancient Phoenix Mountain one day. However, he did not expect it to be so late. Now it was finally here. The peerless sword saint at this moment made the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage even more fearful. Not long ago, the celestial and demonic worlds invaded the ancient realm of 10,000 swords. There were divine masters wreaking havoc. The peerless sword saint displayed his might and killed many divine masters. He even killed a weak divine master. Although he was weak, he was still a divine master. If he was not a divine ancestor, how could he deal with him? After the news of this battle spread, the Eternal Sword Master's shocking reputation once again resounded. At the same time, the Peerless Sword Saint's fame also spread far and wide, spreading throughout the entire ancient sealed world. The ancient Phoenix Mountain was a holy land. Naturally, they also received the news. Their first reaction was disbelief. However, they had no choice but to believe it. After all, whether the news was true or false, they could verify it. Furthermore, that battle involved the ancient sword master, the strongest swordsman in the world. He was one of the top 3 masters in the entire ancient Xian world. With such power, how could the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage not be fearful? After all, when they first met, her attitude was very bad. She was full of hostility. Peerless Sword Saint, why have you come to the ancient Phoenix Mountain? No matter how bad the temper of the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage was, she knew that the strong could not be underestimated. However, she pretended to be ignorant. In fact, she knew very well why Chunzong was here. Where is the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster? Chunzong asked softly. His voice was not loud, but it contained a frightening sword aura. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage's expression changed. From Chunzong's voice, she could feel an indescribable pressure. It was like a heavenly sword descending. Frightening. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage could feel how frightening Chunzong was. Every word and action of a strong cultivator could affect heaven's will. Even if he did not attack, his gaze or words were enough to suppress weaker enemies. Golden Phoenix Grand Sage, back then, the Grandmaster sealed my memories. I am here now to ask the Grandmaster to remove the seal, Yunyan Xin said softly. It was reasonable to ask the Grandmaster to remove the seal. However, the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage's expression turned ugly. There was nothing she could do. The Grandmaster is in the mountain. If you want to see him, come here yourselves. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage was silent for a few breaths. Suddenly, she smiled coldly. Then, she descended into the center of the Crimson Phoenix Void Incineration Formation to control it. If this formation was controlled by a strong cultivator, it could unleash an even greater power. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage's goal was simple. She wanted to use her own power to control the Crimson Phoenix Void incineration formation. She wanted to push the formation to its limits and surpass its limits. With this, she could resist Qinzong's attack and even suppress Qinzong. As for killing Qinzong, she did not dare to do so. This was because the Starry Sword Palace valued him greatly. If she killed him here, the Starry Sword Master would come looking for her. When that happened, even the Grandmaster might not be able to stop him. However, she only needed to suppress him. She needed to suppress his arrogance so that he would not dare to cause trouble at the ancient Phoenix Mountain. She also needed to keep the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden here and not let her leave. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage's plan was brilliant. However, could she really do it? In the end, we still have to fight. Qinzong smiled, but he wasn't surprised. The Holy Land wouldn't give in so easily. This battle was inevitable, and he liked it very much. After all, he had been fighting with the Eternal Sword Sovereign for more than 100 days. His swordsmanship had improved tremendously, and his strength had also increased rapidly, reaching an astonishing level. His battle with the Ancient Sword Master was purely a battle of swordsmanship. It was not a battle of true power. After all, his powers were far from the Ancient Sword Master's. If he used his swordsmanship, he could still compare notes. However, if he used his true powers, he would be suppressed. He would not even be able to withstand a single strike from the Ancient Sword Master. However, as his powers increased and his swordsmanship improved, Qinzong still wanted to fight to his heart's content. Then this battle would begin. With a thought, the monstrous sword power burst out again, sweeping across the sun and the moon. The 1,000-meter-long crimson flame phoenix flapped its wings, and its cry reached its peak. Monstrous saint power burst out, and fiery red qi soared into the sky, spreading in the air, covering a radius of tens of thousands of meters. The astonishing power poured down. Qinzong and Yunyanxin felt as if they were in a blazing furnace. They were constantly being attacked. It was as if they were going to be burned to ashes. However, Yunyanxin had the ancient Phoenix bloodline. It was a powerful sacred bloodline that could control the power of flames. In addition, her cultivation had reached the peak of the pristine saint realm. Therefore, she could still resist the divine power. As for Qinzong, although he did not have any sacred bloodline, the cultivation method of the inner universe was unique. It was extraordinary. In addition to his powerful cultivation and monstrous sword will, the divine power could not really affect Qinzong. The power of the sword exploded. Qinzong pulled out his sword to resist the suppression of the divine power. The moment the heart heavenly sword was unsheathed, a streak of autumn water-like sword light streaked through the air. It seemed slow and gentle, but was also as swift as a cold bolt of lightning. It tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, traversing dozens of kilometers before arriving with an earth-shattering strike. Sword 1. This was the sword, one of the single-hearted swordsmanship. However, it was not the usual Sword 1. It was a Sword 1 that had integrated part of the essence of the Eternal Sword Principle. It was sublimated from the original foundation. It was more profound and mysterious. The Eternal Sword Principle was composed of the mortal will and the Eternal Sword Force. The mortal will was only an inspiration to Qinzong. After all, the single-hearted swordsmanship had its own will. The will was the core. It had to be pure. If it was not, it would affect the foundation of the swordsmanship. The Eternal Sword Principle that was useful to Qinzong was the Eternal Sword Force. It was a technique of operating and applying power. It was a very advanced technique. The might of this Aeon sword was exceedingly high. Every single strike was like a mountain collapsing and the earth shattering, and its might was peerless and peerless. Qinzong had personally witnessed the might of the Aeon sword strike executed by this Aeon sword with his own eyes. It was terrifying to the extreme, and breaking through space was an easy task. Even with Qinzong's comprehension and swordsmanship foundation, as well as the help of the chaotic primes, he was unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Eternal Sword Force in a short amount of time. He had to spar with the Eternal Sword Sovereign every day and personally experience it over 100 times before he finally comprehended and grasped it. This had never happened before. Even the stellar myriad sword principle was comprehended by Chun Zong through his own abilities. However, if it were not for the eternal sword principle's guidance, Chun Zong would not be confident in comprehending it. Even if he could comprehend it in the end, it would take him 100 times longer. The mysteries of the eternal sword principle had been integrated into the single-hearted swordsmanship. Although it could not be completely integrated, just a part of it was enough to increase the power of the single-hearted swordsmanship. With a swing of the sword, the extremely condensed sword light streaked across the sky towards the great array and the scarlet phoenix that was thousands of meters long. Even if it was only the first sword of the single-hearted swordsmanship, which was the weakest sword, its power increased once again after it was integrated with some of the mysteries of the eternal sword principle. Chun Zong's cultivation had reached the level of greater mastery in the inner universe and was close to perfection. Such power was extremely terrifying. It belonged to a relatively tyrannical level in the Great Saint realm. Chapter 3104. A sword slashed across the sky. The crimson flame sky phoenix, which was thousands of meters long, flapped its wings. Suddenly, thousands of torrents burst forth. Crimson flames filled the sky and bombarded the sword light like meteors. However, at the moment of contact, the sword light was not shattered. Instead, it penetrated the crimson flames. However, the flaming heavenly phoenix was extremely powerful. The power of Sword One was not enough to completely penetrate it. Chun Zong's expression did not change. He did not care. The burning void formation of the crimson heavenly phoenix was at the level of a great sage. With the golden phoenix grand sage presiding over it, its power was several times stronger. It was considered one of the more powerful existences in the great sage realm. Chun Zong did not use the power of the ocean-suppressing pearl to destroy it. It was not that easy. However, Chun Zong did not want to use the ocean-suppressing pearl. He wanted to use his own power to destroy the protective mountain formation. The ocean-suppressing pearl was left for the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster. The ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor was a venerable divine ancestor. Chun Zong had to pay full attention to him. He couldn't afford to be careless in the slightest. Even with the sea-suppressing pearl, Chun Zong didn't have absolute confidence that he could deal with the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor. The ancient Phoenix Grandmaster was a divine beast. He had lived for a long time. No one knew how powerful he was. After all, the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster had not appeared for thousands of years. Sword 2, Sword 3, Sword 4, Sword 5. In an instant, Chun Zong unleashed 4 swords. Each sword was extremely powerful. Their trajectories were like bolts of lightning. They were invincible. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage controlled the formation, and the Crimson Fire, Heavenly Phoenix, charged through the sky. It brought with it a myriad of raging flames. Like a raging sea, it charged towards Chun Zong and engulfed his sword radiance. However, the sword radiance was like a dragon breaking out of the water. It rushed out of the flames and rushed towards the flaming Heavenly Phoenix. An intense battle. The flaming Heavenly Phoenix's cry was extremely loud. It suddenly exploded and a layer of flames rushed out. In an instant, it covered an area of 100,000 meters. It formed a great way domain that suppressed everything. In this great way domain, the flames burned as if they wanted to turn everything into ashes. Such power made Chun Zong's eyes shine even brighter. Then, he released his inner universe. At this moment, the inner verse had reached an astonishing level. It was becoming increasingly tyrannical and solidified. As soon as it was released, it immediately suppressed all directions. Even the Heavenly Phoenix domain, which was 100,000 meters wide, was suppressed. It was difficult to resist. Try my newly invented 15th blade. Chun Zong smiled. His expression was solemn, and his eyes shone brightly. 15th blade. This was the 15th sword of the single-hearted sword technique. It was a sword that Chun Zong had created after clashing with the ancient swordmaster over the past 100 days. He had absorbed the mysteries of the ancient sword technique and improved his single-hearted sword technique. This sword was much stronger than the previous 14 swords. It was an extremely powerful sword. Its power had already surpassed most of the Sword Dao ultimate techniques in the world. It was extremely shocking. The Crimson Flame Heavenly Phoenix was unable to resist. It was instantly pierced through by the terrifying sword light. Its gigantic body, which was thousands of meters long, was instantly dimmed by the sword chi and sword will. However, it still had power. It was formed by the power of the Matrix. It was not a body of flesh and blood, so it did not have any vital points. The only way to defeat it was to completely destroy it. It was especially difficult to defeat it when it was under the control of a supreme saint. However, for Qinzong, it was just a matter of a few more swords. Qinzong performed the single-hearted sword technique again. He intentionally let Yin Xin see it more clearly. Sword 1 to Sword 15 exploded one after another. They turned into 15 beams of sword light that streaked across the sky in different trajectories. They all attacked the Crimson Flame Heavenly Phoenix. Even though the Crimson Flame Heavenly Phoenix was astonishingly hot, it could not completely block them. It could only block the weaker swords. It was hit. After being hit by the swords consecutively, the Crimson Flame Heavenly Phoenix's gigantic body became dimmer and thinner. The power it contained also became weaker. It had already fallen to the level of a supreme saint. He attacked again and swung his sword. The Crimson Flame Heavenly Phoenix's body became dimmer and dimmer. The Heavenly Phoenix's Dao domain also collapsed. This was because the Crimson Flame Heavenly Phoenix's power had fallen to the level of a small saint. It could no longer maintain the Heavenly Phoenix's Dao domain. Sword 15. With this sword, the Crimson Flame Heavenly Phoenix could no longer withstand it and was instantly defeated. At the moment when it was defeated, the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage, who was in the center of the Matrix, trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as pale as a ghost, and her aura was weak. She was directly injured. She was integrated into the heart of the protective Matrix and used her own body to control the Matrix. She was one with the Matrix. When the Matrix was broken, she would be severely injured. With the Matrix broken, the ancient Phoenix Mountain was basically defenseless. It could not stop Qinzong at all. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage flew into the sky. However, she still wanted to stop Qinzong. The three small saints also appeared. They stood side by side with the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage and unleashed an extremely powerful aura. They wanted to stop Qinzong. Their expressions were resolute. Since this was the case, there was no need to say anything more. Qinzong swung his sword again and again. The sword radiance broke through the sky. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage and the other three sages also attacked with all their might. They collided, were defeated, shattered, and were sent flying. With this sword, Qinzong did not kill them. However, it still injured the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage and the other three sages. As the matrix that the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage was controlling was broken, her soul and other aspects were all injured. Her powers were also greatly reduced. She was not even half of her usual strength. She was already weaker than Qinzong when she was at her peak. Now, she was even weaker. Naturally, she could not block Qinzong's sword. The protective mountain array was broken and the four sages were injured. Under Qinzong's sword, the ancient Phoenix Mountain was completely defenseless and defenseless. However, following that, a frightening aura appeared. It was as if it was born from the deepest part of the void. The moment it appeared, it carried with it a powerful aura. It emanated from the deepest part of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. With every breath, it grew stronger and stronger. In just 10 breaths, it was as if a terrifying, destructive firestorm had surged into the sky. It swept in all directions. The aura of invincibility filled the heavens and earth. Grandmaster, the Grandmaster has awakened. The four sages were overjoyed. They were extremely excited. The Grandmaster has awakened. You are dead meat. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage stared coldly at Qinzong and said hatefully. She wanted nothing more than to break Qinzong's bones and break his bones. The Grandmaster, the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster, was the true controller of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. He was also the strongest cultivator of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. He was a holy beast. The lifespan of a holy beast was usually longer than that of a human. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was 10 times longer. The ancient Phoenix Mountain had existed for a long time because the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster was already a holy beast many years ago. The intelligence of a holy beast was not lower than that of a human. The protective spell formation of the ancient Phoenix Mountain was closely related to the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster. Once it was broken, it would alarm the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster and cause him to awaken. However, he had been in a deep slumber for a long time. It would take some time for him to awaken. In that short amount of time, the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage and the other 3 were severely injured. The ancient Phoenix Grandmaster had finally awakened. The 4 of them were extremely excited. Union Sheen's eyes flashed with worry. She could not help but be fearful. After all, her bloodline originated from the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster. However, she was not as strong as the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster. In essence, it was a form of suppression. Furthermore, the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster was a supreme existence in the divine ancestor level. He was extremely powerful. It was normal for Yun Yinshin to be worried. Chunzong's eyes rippled and shone with rays of light. It's finally here. An extremely powerful aura surged into the sky. It became stronger and stronger, stirring up the clouds. As the red flames spread, the sky above the ancient Phoenix Mountain was dyed crimson. The crimson red covered the sky and the earth. It emitted an endless amount of holy aura, suppressing everything in all directions. Suffocation. Under this extremely terrifying saint aura, all living beings were trembling. Only Qinzong was getting more and more excited. His sword became more and more condensed. It was as if he was refining a real sword in a furnace. It had been tempered thousands of times, and its sharpness was shocking. His sword exploded, and the sword's power shot into the sky. Chunzong resisted the awakening of the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster. From the moment the aura appeared to the moment it was fully displayed, a full 30 breaths of time passed. In these 30 breaths, the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster finally awakened. An extremely high-pitched cry exploded in the sky. It was as if it had penetrated the layers of the void and descended upon the world. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the sky above the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Every crack was filled with an extremely frightening aura of destruction. Those were the cracks caused by the shattering of space. It was extremely frightening. Just the cry alone was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine what level its strength had reached. The sky was crimson red. Countless cracks covered the sky like a spider web. The dark cracks and the crimson sky complemented each other. It was a ghastly sight. It seemed to contain great terror. It was as if the sky was going to collapse and destroy the ancient Phoenix Mountain and even the land around it. It would turn everything into powder and nothingness. Immediately, the crimson light fluctuated and condensed into an incomparably huge phantom. It was the phantom of a huge flaming bird. Its holy aura was monstrous. That was the phantom of the ancient Phoenix Grandmaster. Chunzong's eyes narrowed at first. Then, they suddenly lit up. He stared at the depths of the ancient Phoenix Mountain with 1,000 feet of cold light. At the same time, a voice sounded in his heart. It's here. Under the gaze of Chunzong's extremely sharp eyes, which are like the edge of a sword, a ball of flames seemed to emerge from the depths of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. It surged like lava and rushed into the sky. Finally, it condensed into a flower of flames that had yet to bloom in the air. It was like a throne of flames, emitting an extremely shocking pressure. The flame flower that looked like a throne was at least 100 meters in radius. It was quietly blooming. As soon as it bloomed, strands of crimson light gushed out from the flower, illuminating the sky in all directions. It was exceptionally magnificent. A figure was sitting in the middle of it. It was in the form of a human. The ancient Phoenix Grandmaster? Chunzong was secretly surprised. However, after thinking about it, he understood. Sacred beasts had world-shaking powers. It was nothing special for them to transform into human form. It was very common for sacred beasts. Many sacred beasts would usually transform into human form to walk the world. Of course, in the case of transforming into human form, the sacred beast's strength would be affected, and they would not be able to fully exert it. However, even in the case of transforming into human form, sacred beasts still had terrifying strength. It was not something that a great saint could fight against. Only divine ancestors could. Sacred beasts, represented extraordinary power. Now, the sacred beast, ancient phoenix grandmaster, who had transformed into human form, had awakened from his deep sleep and appeared in the sky above the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Even many disciples of the ancient Phoenix Mountain saw their grandmaster for the first time. After all, the grandmaster had not appeared for thousands of years. Chapter 3105. Under the ancient Phoenix Mountain forbidden area, there was a sea of magma. It was the place where the earth fire vein gathered. The flames there were extremely fierce and contained an astonishing amount of fiery chi. Once someone below the saint level stepped into it, they would die without a doubt. Even a small saint couldn't stay in it for long. Only a great saint could. However, it was the place where the ancient Phoenix old ancestors slept. Sleeping in the earth fire vein, he would be nourished by the earth fire all the time. For a divine clan like the ancient Phoenix old ancestor, it was nothing for a short period of time. However, if he was nourished for a long period of time, he would continue to improve. It was very beneficial. For thousands of years, the ancient Phoenix old ancestor had been sleeping in the earth fire vein. He rarely went out. Now, no one knew what level he had reached. However, there was one thing. A sacred beast had a huge body and superb bloodline. In addition, it had extraordinary intelligence. Therefore, it was much stronger than an ordinary human in terms of strength. It could be said that a sacred beast was not inferior to a divine master of the same level. That astonishing aura filled the air. Chunzong felt that the ancient Phoenix old ancestor's strength was not inferior to divine ancestor Skywind. This was a perception that Chunzong had sharpened after his cultivation had increased to the current level. The 100-meter-long flaming flower broke away from the flames that soared into the sky and flew quickly in the direction of Chunzong. A figure sat on the throne in the center of the flaming flower. It was a woman. She wore a scarlet robe made of countless scarlet golden feathers. This woman looked very young. However, she had a feeling that she had experienced the vicissitudes of life. There was a mark formed by a golden-red flame pattern between her eyebrows. It looked like a flower, but also like a flaming phoenix that spread its wings and soared into the sky. It was vivid and lifelike. Her pupils weren't black. Instead, they were red with golden edges. They revealed an indescribable indifference. It was as if she was a god overlooking the dust. It was as if everything in the world was like an ant in her eyes. His indifferent and lofty golden-red eyes and resolute facial lines directly revealed a kind of indifference and domineering aura that looked down on the world. The pair of golden-red eyes suddenly swept across and fell on Chunzong. Chunzong immediately felt his whole body heating up, as if an invisible flame was roasting him, burning him from the inside out. Just a single gaze was enough to bring about such might. It was truly terrifying. But the more it was like this, the more excited Chunzong became. His sword intent became more condensed, and his sword power became more powerful. Only after thousands of trials and tribulations can one show the truth. Mortal, you were the one who destroyed one of my avatars. The ancient Phoenix old ancestor spoke. His voice was sharp and overlapped. It carried an indescribably terrifying might as it charged through the void. Ancient Phoenix Patriarch, undo the seal on my Tao companion's memories, Chunzong said bluntly. The ancient Phoenix old ancestor didn't answer. Or rather, she just smiled coldly and erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, she gathered it into a finger and suddenly pointed it out. It was extremely fast. It was like a crimson aurora. Its speed was unbelievably fast, and it carried with it an endless amount of blazing power. It was a highly condensed flame that had been condensed to the extreme. It attacked Chunzong mercilessly. This finger was a fatal blow. It reflected everything. The surrounding time and space seemed to have slowed down. Only the crimson aurora was incomparably fast. Chunzong also brandished his sword in an instant, and his sword tore through the sky to counterattack. It directly collided with the crimson aurora. But the sword light was also defeated in an instant. The crimson aurora still attacked, but the power contained in it was weakened by a part. The second sword immediately shattered the crimson aurora. Chunzong became one with his sword and directly approached the ancient phoenix old ancestor. Even if you were a divine ancestor, you still dared to brandish your sword at me. The ancient phoenix old ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. Her pupils contracted in an instant, and there was a surge of anger. Previously, her strength doppelganger was destroyed. But after all, it was just a strength doppelganger. As for other news, because she was in a deep sleep, the ancient phoenix old ancestor didn't know. Of course, for thousands of years, the ancient phoenix old ancestor hadn't always been in a deep sleep. She had left, but no one knew. But at least for the past 100 years, she was completely in a deep sleep and had never awakened. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so angry. Because Chunzong had killed a divine master. Although the divine master had fallen into a weakened state because he had used a divine technique, he was still a divine master. He was an expert at the same level as her. He even dared to kill a divine master. How could he not dare to fight with a divine ancestor? Chunzong held his sword and attacked. The ancient phoenix old ancestor was furious. She attacked again. With a wave of her hand, a raging fire suddenly blasted out. It directly rushed out, shattering all directions and filling all directions. Then it turned into a vortex like a cage, enveloping Chunzong and swallowing him. But it was not enough. It was difficult to do. 10th sword. A sword broke through the air, immediately breaking the flame vortex. Then it approached again. The shocking sword power made the ancient phoenix old ancestor secretly surprised. After the 10th sword, Chunzong broke out and directly displayed the 15th sword. So far, the single-hearted sword technique was the most tyrannical and the most superior sword. When this sword blasted out, its power reached its peak. It was as if it could crush everything without mercy. Suddenly, the ancient phoenix old ancestor's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, a palm swept across the sky, turning into a huge flame palm print. It was incomparably solid, as if it had condensed into a substance. It directly moved across the sky and bombarded with an earth-shattering force. This palm strike was capable of shattering a gigantic mountain. Under this palm, it was unable to completely defeat the 15th sword. It still left a sword mark, but that sword was shattered by the ancient phoenix old ancestor's finger when it was close to him. Suddenly, the ancient phoenix old ancestor's white hand clenched the void. As the void trembled, an endless shadow of magma seemed to appear. Then, the magma boiled, setting off monstrous waves. Immediately, a huge palm fell from the sky. Suddenly, a long saber was pulled out from the boiling magma. The long saber's body was red, burning with a faint golden flame. The flame seemed to be covered with unique patterns, like the pattern of feather. It was filled with an incomparably ancient aura. The aura was also incomparably tyrannical and vast. This was the ancient phoenix divine saber. It was refined from a wing of the previous ancient phoenix. It contained part of the power of the previous ancient phoenix. It surpassed a saint weapon and was a powerful existence that was half a step away from being a supreme treasure. However, such a divine saber was in the hands of the ancient phoenix old ancestor. It was connected by blood. The power that erupted from it was truly close to that of a supreme treasure. After pulling out the ancient phoenix divine saber from the void, the aura of the ancient phoenix old ancestor rose steadily to a very terrifying level. It became more and more tyrannical. Cracks appeared in the void around him, as if they were slashed by the divine saber. With the saber in hand, the ancient phoenix, old ancestor, slashed out with the saber. She was a sacred beast, but she had also cultivated. The martial arts of the human race, especially the saber technique, had taken a lot of time to comprehend and practice. It had already been cultivated to a very high level. With such a high level of saber technique displayed together with the ancient phoenix divine saber, the power of the ancient phoenix divine saber was even more terrifying. With a slash of a saber, the vast sky was split. A crimson aura that seemed to last for thousands of years seemed to burn everything in the world. It was an inextinguishable divine flame. The crimson light reflected in all directions and filled the world. Everything was dyed red, as if it had fallen into the furnace of purgatory. Chunzong's expression became more and more dignified, but with a little bit of excitement. The power of the sword swept across the sky. Slash of a sword. In just an instant, Chunzong erupted and displayed 15 consecutive slashes. The 15 slashes of sword light followed different trajectories and blasted towards the crimson saber light. Suddenly, they hit the same spot and broke the saber light. Chunzong did not stop at all. He displayed the single-hearted sword technique again and attacked the ancient phoenix old ancestor continuously. Every slash of sword light condensed unparalleled power, and every slash of sword light's trajectory was unpredictable and mysterious. In terms of the level of swordsmanship and saber technique, the ancient phoenix old ancestor was inferior to Chunzong. It was obvious that Chunzong's foundation in swordsmanship was unparalleled. It was second only to the eternal sword sovereign. On the other hand, the ancient phoenix old ancestor saber technique was not her main cultivation. After all, there was a difference. With superb swordsmanship, Chunzong and the ancient phoenix old ancestor fought fiercely and did not lose for a while. One must know that the ancient phoenix old ancestor was in the divine ancestor level. Even if he was in human form and could not fully unleash his power, he was still in the divine ancestor level. A weak divine master could not be compared to him, let alone when he was wielding the ancient phoenix divine saber. Chunzong was not a divine ancestor. He was only a great sword sage. Yet, with his superb swordsmanship, he was able to contend against the ancient phoenix old ancestor. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he was still able to maintain his position. This scene shocked the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage and the rest. Even the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor himself was shocked. Could it be that he had been asleep for too long? Since when did such a monster appear in the human race? Although he was shocked, the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor did not hesitate in his attacks. He did not intend to hold back at all. Every slash of his saber would tear the sky apart, leaving behind a shocking saber mark. The saber mark was crimson and exuded a frightening amount of fire. It contained the mysteries of the Great Way of Fire. Any saber mark that landed in the eyes of saber cultivator, especially a cultivator of the Great Way of Fire, was a great opportunity. If they understood it well, they could improve further on the Great Way of Fire and reach a higher level. Under such a frightening saber strike, Chunzong could only rely on his single-hearted sword mantra to defend himself. Gradually, he was at a disadvantage. Slash! 9 crimson saber radiances suddenly lit up and slashed towards Chunzong from 9 different directions. Every single one of them contained a frightening amount of power that could destroy mountains. When the saber radiances arrived, the 9 powerful saber radiances suddenly merged into one. They turned into a dazzling, condensed, and powerful saber radiance that slashed towards Chunzong. Under this attack, Chunzong's expression turned serious. He felt a destructive aura coming towards him. The Great Way of Fire originally contained the power of destruction. This slash was meant to destroy everything, including Chunzong's life. Chunzong suddenly exhaled a long breath. That breath was like the breath of a heavenly dragon. It was also like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. The inside of his breath was instantly clear and flawless. His entire body's power was also condensed. An indescribable aura also condensed on his body. Vaguely, it seemed as if the shadow of a majestic star had transcended time and space and descended from the ancient times. Chapter 3106. The starlight condensed, as though it had traveled through time and space to descend upon the present world. It appeared on Chunzong's body, but it was the manifestation of Chunzong's wholehearted sword principle. It was an unparalleled power. When the ancient illusory star appeared, the vast and mighty sword might rumble through the heavens and the earth like an avalanche, and it suppressed the space in all directions. Everything seemed to have been frozen, and only a vast and ancient force existed. Back then, Chunzong had comprehended the true meaning of Taihao and created the first unique skill of the wholehearted sword principle. He named it Taihao, which symbolized hope and dawn. At the same time, it purified everything. It was destruction. It was incomparably violent and blazing, shattering everything and burning everything. In the unknown place, he only wanted to kill strong enemies. Under heavy pressure, he finally made a breakthrough and created a sword with both speed and sharpness. He named it Shenxiao. Shenxiao's sword pierced through the 9 heavens and pierced through the sun and moon. Its speed was astonishing, and its sharpness was shocking. These 2 unique sword skills accompanied Chunzong as he defeated and killed strong enemies one after another. Creating a unique sword skill was difficult and easy at the same time. For example, at Chunzong's current level, it was not difficult to create 1, 10, or even dozens of unique sword skills. He could do it without spending much time. However, those unique sword skills were useless to him. Only by truly finding an opportunity to comprehend it and accumulating it would one be able to create a sword principle unique skill that was most suitable for oneself. It would be a sword principle unique skill that could unleash one's strength to the fullest. Only then would one be able to truly strengthen one's strength. For example, Taihao and Shenxiao. Time and time again, he had fought life-and-death battles and even killed divine masters. He had witnessed the Eternal Sword Master's powerful sword power with his own eyes. He had also sparred with the Eternal Sword Master and learned the Eternal Sword Principle's Eternal Sword Principle. That not only allowed Chunzong to further improve the wholehearted sword principle, but it also allowed him to create a third unique sword skill. This sword was different from Taihao and Shenxiao's. This sword focused on the power of the palm. It was an extremely powerful power that could suppress and shatter everything. The power was extremely terrifying. Chunzong named this move Eternal Stars. Chunzong had taken the profoundness and essence of the Stellar Sword Palace's prodigious astral myriad sword art and the profoundness and essence of the eternal sword arts and fused them into his own single-hearted sword arts. He had finally created it. Using the pure concept of the single-hearted sword arts to control it, he had condensed a star that seemed to have come from the eternal era. It was indestructible and could suppress the world. In an instant, the shadow of the ancient stars rotated behind Chunzong. It had a radius of 10 meters. Every time it rotated, it would absorb the surrounding yuan qi and condense it, becoming clearer and clearer. The incomparably blazing and dazzling ferocious blade light slashed through the air as if it could cut through everything. Chunzong's expression was indifferent. His eyes were rotating like stars. Endless light shot out 100 feet, penetrating everything. Soon after, he swung his sword. Rumble. An extremely shocking sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The entire void trembled under Chunzong's sword. It was as if mountains were collapsing, as if tsunamis were surging, as if the earth was splitting, as if the heavens were shattering. The star behind Chunzong, which exuded an ancient aura, broke through the void as Chunzong swung his sword. The eternal star's sword aura filled the heavens. It was as if it was condensed from countless sword chi. Everywhere it passed, space was completely torn apart. A crack was left in the void as it charged towards the incoming sword radiance. In the next moment, they collided. It was as if the heavens and the earth had collided. The eternal star's sword and the heaven-severing flaming blade collided. Immediately, there was an explosion of unparalleled terror. The terrifying power between the sword radiance and the blade radiance destroyed everything within a radius of a few thousand meters. It spread for tens of thousands of meters and was unstoppable. Countless cracks appeared in space. This power made the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage and the others tremble in fear. If they were caught in it, there was an 80% to 90% chance that a small saint would die. Even a great saint would not have any advantage. However, Chunzong and the ancient Phoenix Grand Sage were not affected. With sword and saber in hand, they closed in again and started to fight again. Eternal Star's sword strike was extremely tyrannical. Its power was unparalleled, crushing everything in its path. In the end, it shattered the saber light. Although it was also split into pieces, there was still a portion of the sword chi that flew towards the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor under Chunzong's control. In an instant, the ancient Phoenix Grand Sage was at a disadvantage. Anger. The ancient Phoenix Grand Sage was instantly enraged. With the pride of a holy beast, how could he allow a great saint to suppress him? Even if it was only for a moment, he would not allow it. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the ancient Phoenix Grand Sage's body. It soared into the sky, and a huge, flaming vortex appeared. It spun crazily, as if it connected the heavens and the earth. Boundless power also descended. An extremely high-pitched screech suddenly resounded through the sky, and huge cracks appeared in the void, spreading out layer by layer. The huge flaming flower around the ancient Phoenix Grand Sage continued to burn. It directly enveloped his body and exploded rapidly. It continued to expand as if it wanted to support this part of the heavens and the earth. His aura also increased tremendously. It was like the sea was pouring in all directions. This caused Chunzong's expression to change drastically. Is he going to reveal his true form? Chunzong said in a low voice. Under this extremely terrifying aura, which was incomparably blazing, he actually felt as if he was being calcined, as if he was going to be burned to ashes from the inside out. However, he could not help but feel a little excited in his heart. True form. If the ancient Phoenix Grand Sage wanted to reveal his true form, he would be able to erupt with 100% of his strength. He would be able to display all the means and power that a holy beast should have. This kind of power had already surpassed the divine ancestor Tianfeng. The fires soared into the sky, and the saint's might was boundless, suppressing the space and time in all directions. Unparalleled scorching heat rose and flames emerged in the void, burning nonstop and spreading in all directions. Countless sparks rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. Every spark seemed small, but it contained extremely terrifying power. It could easily burn through stone and steel and burn a cultivator below the saint level into ashes. The power of a divine ancestor was extremely strong. A roar sounded once again and filled the vast sky. Flames immediately exploded, transforming into waves of raging flames that crazily bombarded everything in all directions. Chunzong was directly devoured. Immediately, a sword light rose, breaking through the 9 heavens as it flew out from the raging flames. Chunzong saw a huge firebird that was hundreds of meters in size. It was burning with golden red flames. It traversed the sky, exuding an unparalleled ancient pressure that suppressed everything. It was as if countless flames were rampaging and circling around it. It was as if the Lord of Flames was controlling the power of all flames. The ancient Phoenix Grand Sage. This was the true form of the ancient Phoenix Grand Sage. When his true form appeared and the holy beast descended, his holy might was endless. It was as if the sea was overturning the world. When it pressed in all directions, the people in the distance felt a sense of suffocation. Chunzong bore the brunt of the pressure. He was the one who suffered the most intense pressure. He was almost suffocating. Erupt. Chunzong went all out. He immediately released the inner universe and the starry sword realm to resist the impact of the holy beast's power. However, it was still not enough. He could not really resist the pressure. The ocean-suppressing orb. Shenzong immediately activated the ocean-suppressing orb and released its shocking power. With Shenzong's current cultivation, once he released the sea-suppressing orb, he would be able to activate its power for a long time without exhausting his mixed yuan heart force easily. He had surpassed the cultivation of the great perfection stage and was much stronger than when he was at the small perfection stage. Moreover, because of the increase in his cultivation, Shenzong could superimpose the power of the ocean-suppressing orb with the inner universe. It was even more powerful. The sea was turbulent, and it directly covered a radius of 100,000 meters. It completely resisted the terrifying and blazing holy might of the ancient Phoenix Grand Sage. It could not affect Shenzong at all. The ocean-suppressing orb was a supreme treasure. It was equivalent to the power of a divine ancestor who had mastered the great Tao of the sea. A supreme treasure. The ancient Phoenix Grand Sage had lived for a long time and was very knowledgeable. He immediately recognized it and was shocked. It turned out that Yi Fuqian had the courage to confront him head-on because of his supreme treasure. However, he was too naive to think that he could fight him with just a supreme treasure. The heavenly phoenix divine flame suddenly blasted out. Its power could burn mountains and boil seas. It directly evaporated and melted everything, turning them into ashes. When it blasted into the ocean-suppressing orb, it suddenly blasted out a lot of hot air and soared into the sky. Shenzong controlled the ocean-suppressing orb's power and fused it with the innerverse. Suddenly, a 100-meter-tall giant was formed. The 100-meter-tall giant was dark blue in color, and Shenzong was at the giant's head, controlling its every move. The giant stretched out its long and thick arm and grabbed at the sea region below without the slightest trace of smoke or dust. The sea region fluctuated violently as if a storm was sweeping out. Then, a huge water sword rose from the bottom of the sea and fell into the giant's hand. The sword was more than 70 meters long. The shocking power of the sword was like endless waves that swept out continuously. The waves rose higher and higher, becoming more and more frightening and tyrannical. Soon after, he thrust out his sword. Under the sword, countless rings of clouds burst out and bombarded forward. Each of the rings of clouds carried an incomparably terrifying power that could destroy a mountain. If this sword was placed in the outer universe, it could crush stars. Shenzong, who had activated the power of the ocean-suppressing orb, and the ancient Phoenix Grand Sage, who had revealed his true form, began to fight fiercely again. This battle was more than 10 times more intense than the previous one. The ancient Phoenix Mountain was shaking, and many disciples had already fled. Mountains collapsed, and the ground collapsed. It was a scene that resembled the end of the world. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage and the others had already retreated far away. She was shocked to find that the unparalleled Sword Sage's power was much stronger than what she saw at the Vermilion Bird Holy Ground. Terrifying. So terrifying. If he was given more time to grow, becoming a divine ancestor would not be a problem. Why did the ancient Phoenix Mountain provoke such a terrifying demon? Now, they could only beg the ancient Phoenix Grand Sage to suppress this child. Otherwise, if this child escaped, he might be able to rival the ancient Phoenix Grand Sage in a short period of time. Although the holy beasts were very strong, they had a weakness, which was that they took longer to grow than humans. After all, the holy beasts relied on the accumulation of time to grow stronger, but humans did not. They grew stronger through cultivation. Chapter 31:07. The true body of the ancient Phoenix old ancestor appeared. It was several hundred meters in size, and its wings were gilded with gold. Flames flowed gently like autumn water. Every wisp of flame was condensed and contained a terrifying power. Just a drop of it could melt the earth directly. The 100-meter-tall giant of water held a sword and stood in the sky above the sea. Its imposing manner was vigorous and condensed, and it was impenetrable. An extremely tyrannical sword will soar into the sky. Shocking sword might surrounded it, and it was like an endless torrential sea. Suddenly, the water giant lifted one of its legs and took a step forward. Although its body looked huge, it was very light as if it was riding the wind and breaking the waves. As it landed, it stepped on the deep blue sea water and suddenly exploded with extreme speed. It swept up the sound of the tsunami and thunder. It held its sword and attacked in the air, as if it was one with the sword. This sword shattered the vacuum. This was the single heart sword art that Chunzong displayed with the power of the Giant of Water. The power of the Giant of Water came from the sea-suppressing pearl, which was equivalent to the power of a divine ancestor. Chunzong's swordsmanship was superb, and his cultivation realm was also very high. It was not inferior to an ordinary divine ancestor. Therefore, when he controlled the power of a divine ancestor, there was no sign of him losing control. Instead, he completely grasped it and used it freely. After all, in addition to his cultivation realm, the sea-suppressing pearl had also been completely refined, and it had completely become Chunzong's possession. When the sword arrived, the sword light was magnificent and mighty, like a divine thunder aurora that shattered the vast sky. The ancient phoenix, old ancestor, flapped his wings. The flames were gilded like autumn water, and in an instant, they became violent. It was like an ancient volcano had erupted in an instant. Magma soared into the sky and directly bombarded the void with earth-shattering might. Collision. It was the violent collision of water and fire. Endless white mist billowed at the place of collision. It instantly spread out in all directions for thousands of meters and continued to spread out to tens of thousands of meters away, blocking all sight. The terrifying heat contained in it could cook a quasi-saint in an instant. Even a pristine saint would find it difficult to bear. Within the extremely dense white fog, one could vaguely see two huge figures flickering with crimson red and dark blue light. They were constantly colliding with each other, and the terrifying momentum shook the sky and shattered everything in all directions. As time passed, the battle continued. It was extremely intense. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage and the others watched the battle from afar. However, they could not see the battle through the white fog. They did not dare to approach it with their psychic awareness. If they did, they would be attacked and injured. The more time passed, the more intense the battle became. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage's heart sank, and he found it hard to accept. How could this kid be so strong? 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 3/4 of an hour, 1 hour. The battle was still going on. Not only did the white fog not disperse, it became even denser. Within the white fog, strands of black light, as thin as a cow's hair, could be faintly seen. Those were the traces of space shattering, as if they were connected to the 9 underworlds. The intense battle did not stop. It was as if it would never stop. At Chunzong's level of cultivation, his primordial chaos heart force nebula whirlpool was not just twice as large as it was when it was 20 miles. Instead, it was many times larger. With such a large amount of primordial chaos heart force nebula, and its recovery speed was also very fast. Even if he channeled the ocean-suppressing pearl with all his might for a few hours, it would not be difficult. With such a large amount of primordial chaos heart force, Chunzong could unleash it to his heart's content. The Ancient Stars. The Ancient Stars, a sword technique that was unleashed by a 100-meter-tall water giant, instantly grew to a size of 300 meters. It also continuously absorbed the power of the ocean-suppressing pearl and rapidly turned into a star with a radius of 300 meters. As it spun, it seemed as if there was an endless sea region churning endlessly, and it let out a shocking sound. The ancient stars descended and struck out. It brought with it a monstrous sword aura that suppressed everything in all directions. The heavens and earth were destroyed. The unparalleled power was strong, domineering, and could crush everything. The endless white mist was crushed and blasted toward the ancient phoenix ancestor. The ancient phoenix ancestor suddenly spread his wings, and in an instant, he unleashed a series of shocking blade lights. Each blade light was hundreds of meters long, and its power was incomparably terrifying. More than a dozen of them slashed toward the ancient stars, but as the ancient stars rolled, it resisted the slashes of the blade lights and shattered them one after another. The ancient stars, unleashed with the power of a divine ancestor, became more and more terrifying. This sword was beyond Chun Zong's expectations. It turned out that such a supreme skill required one to possess the strength of a divine ancestor in order to fully unleash its true power. The ancient phoenix ancestor's eyes grew colder and colder as the ancient phoenix ancestor let out a high-pitched cry, which was full of extreme anger. His whole body burned and was completely covered by the golden red flames. He spread his wings and rushed forward without hesitation, as if he was shuttling through time and space. Sacred beasts. Their physiques were extremely tyrannical and terrifying. They were not inferior to the sea beasts and divine demons. Moreover, the sacred beasts were not small in size and could bear more power. Combined with their tyrannical physiques, they were even more terrifying. For the sacred beasts, their bodies were peerless divine weapons. Now, the ancient phoenix ancestor had stimulated all of his power to attack. It was an extremely terrifying full-strength attack that was not inferior to the power of a supreme treasure. The ancient phoenix ancestor's full-strength attack collided with the ancient stars, unleashed by Chun Zong's water giant. Rumbling sounds suddenly rang out, as if countless bolts of lightning were exploding, shaking all directions and shattering everything. The ancient Phoenix Mountain started to crumble under the impact of this terrifying power. Cracks appeared on its surface, and the upper half of the mountain was directly crushed into sand and stone. Then, under the terrifying impact of the impact, it turned into powder and melted into the billowing white fog, causing the fog to become turbid. In the distance, everyone's hearts turned cold. They couldn't help but retreat even further so that they wouldn't be affected. However, there were still some ancient Phoenix Mountain disciples who weren't able to retreat in time and were struck by the aftershock of the energy. Their bodies were instantly smashed into pieces and their souls scattered. This scene made the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage and the others extremely pained. Those were the disciples of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. They were the foundation of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Although this battle was not intentional, the rest of the impact caused the ancient Phoenix Mountain to suffer heavy losses. Even if the ancient Phoenix ancestor won in the end, these losses could not be recovered. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage asked when he saw the figure of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. Was it worth it? What was the ancient Phoenix ancestor planning? Just for the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, he wanted to make an enemy out of such a terrifying demon. In the end, the ancient Phoenix Mountain suffered heavy losses and might even be destroyed. Was it worth it? He did not know. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage did not know. However, to the holy beasts, the death of a few people was nothing, as long as they were not their descendants. After all, the holy beasts were still beasts. Even if their bloodlines were extraordinary and their intelligence was extraordinary, they were not humans and were completely different from humans. The 300-meter ancient star could not withstand the impact and exploded. In the instant of the explosion, the power was extremely terrifying and destroyed everything. The ancient Phoenix ancestor retreated rapidly and blood splattered across the sky. He was injured. Under such a terrifying and intense battle, the ancient Phoenix Mountain completely collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble, complete and utter ruins. White fog billowed, rapidly spreading outwards. The water giant that Chun Zong controlled nearly collapsed under the recoil of strength. It immediately drew strength from the sea-suppressing orb to stabilize itself. As for the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor, he was sent flying backwards. His blood sprayed into the air, and wounds appeared all over his body. Hot and incomparably heavy golden red blood seeped out and dripped to the ground. This blood contained an extremely shocking power. To cultivators below the sage level, it was equivalent to an extremely precious cultivation resource. Just one drop was enough to make cultivators below the sage level fight to the death and cause a bloodbath. However, at this moment, dozens of drops of such a shocking treasure were dripping down. However, the ancient Phoenix ancestor's body was strong, But the most powerful thing was his self-healing ability. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on his body healed rapidly, and he was completely healed. Fear. The ancient phoenix ancestor did not go berserk again. Although he was very angry, his extraordinary intelligence prevented him from losing his mind and falling into a frenzy. Ancestor, I only want to remove the seal on my Tao companion's memory. I don't want to fight to the death with you. Chunzong spoke again. Of course, if the battle continued, Chunzong could still hold on, because with such a powerful cultivation, he could use the ocean-suppressing orb to full power to support himself for several hours. Now, the fierce battle had only lasted for less than 2 hours. However, in this fierce battle, Chunzong also understood one thing. With his strength, he still could not defeat the ancient phoenix ancestor. They could only be regarded as evenly matched. If he did not cross swords with the eternal sword master for 100 days, even with his cultivation, he probably would not be able to defeat the ancient phoenix ancestor. Although cultivation was very important, it was not everything. Cultivation was only a foundation, a kind of accumulation. Swordsmanship and so on were the means to display the power of cultivation. Cultivation and martial arts were indispensable. Only with tyrannical cultivation and superb martial arts could one cast powerful strength. Involuntarily, Chunzong felt more and more grateful to the eternal swordmaster. The battle with the ancient phoenix ancestor had also verified his strength. It was very enjoyable. Chunzong did not want to continue the battle. Therefore, his words were sincere. The ancient phoenix ancestor's pair of huge golden red eyes stared coldly at Chunzong. The anger in her heart was gradually restrained, because this battle made her realize that this boy was very strong. He had a supreme treasure on him, which was enough to contend with her. Although she still had some tricks up her sleeve, those were taboo tricks. It was a real life-or-death trick. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she would not use it, because that kind of trick would also cause a great burden and damage to herself. Her bloodline is inherited from me. The ancient phoenix ancestor returned to human form and sat on the flame throne. His expression was cold and indifferent. His voice was filled with an indescribable domineering aura. The memory seal was not deliberately done by me. It is only a side effect of inheriting the bloodline. Chunzong frowned. Could it be that the ancient phoenix ancestor did not specially set the seal? Was it a side effect of inheriting the bloodline? Ancestor, may I ask how to eliminate this side effect? No matter what the truth was, since the ancient phoenix ancestor said so, then he would temporarily accept this explanation. Chunzong opened his mouth and asked again. The most important thing was to recover her memory. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.